Join us in an exploration to the transformative potential of artificial intelligence. This is AI Horizons PH 2024, a conference on AI-powered research and innovation. Experts, researchers, and innovators have come together to foster a rich exchange of knowledge and stimulate new AI-driven research initiatives. Witness and discover the cutting-edge AI applications in food, agriculture, livestock, and fisheries. In education and governance. In materials and energy. In health and wellness. Join us and take part in the transformative flagship programs of the University of the Philippines on research and innovation, on active and collaborative partnership, and on digital transformation. Advocate, collaborate, and innovate. This is AI Horizons PH 24, a conference on AI-powered research and innovation.
From reinvigorating agriculture, directing livestock vaccine and drug design, automated agriculture machinery, to path precision technology drones, AI-driven solutions are revolutionizing traditional farming techniques into cutting-edge modern practices. In fisheries and aquaculture, AI has contributed to a more efficient fish stock monitoring and aquaculture automation. Through AI, food systems have become more sustainable and more intelligent, a necessary tool to combat the challenges in environmental conservation and global food security. AI-driven developments are impactful in the agricultural and archipelagic Philippines, and our homegrown experts take the lead in realizing this potential.
How is AI changing the landscape of education? As we continue to mold the 21st century learners, we harness the promise of AI. The COVID-19 pandemic is a testament of how AI-powered platforms helped facilitate remote learning and allowed learners to customize the way they learn. From education to governance, AI is undeniably offering limitless opportunities, from science and research to understanding complex problems like traffic. AI has helped the Philippine government improve public services and decision-making strategies. From e-governance to automation of public services to AI-driven advancements integrated into healthcare. AI is bridging the gap so these sectors can propel forward in maximizing the endless possibilities AI has to offer.
space technology, chemical industries, high-performance computing, science and technology, energy transition. AI possesses the encompassing potential to power up the materials and energy sector of the country. AI-driven solutions are used to optimize both renewable and traditional energy systems all over the world. In the renewable energy space, AI assists in the site selection for solar and wind farms by analyzing geographical and climatic data, ensuring that installations are placed in optimal locations. Government agencies are looking into tapping AI to detect issues in the energy grid, to prevent outages, and ensure smooth operations across power plants in the country. These developments illustrate AI's potential to revolutionize the energy landscape in the Philippines.
If health is wealth, then AI is helping us get richer. From improving clinical care to empowering personal health monitoring, AI-driven solutions are taking part in changing the way we get and stay healthy. AI has found itself into different aspects of health and wellness. From molecular diagnostics and genetics to radiology and orthopedics and even mental wellness, AI is revolutionizing healthcare services in ways we can never imagine. AI's role in the Philippine healthcare system continues to grow, as medical services are pushed to be better and more accessible to the Filipino public.
Welcome to AI Horizons 2024. Our host this morning, Mr. Jose Emmanuel Reverente.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Day 2 of AI Horizons PH 24 conference. I am Jose Manuel Reverente. My friends call me Jimbo. I'm an advisor for innovation at the University of the Philippine System. We are excited to continue to explore the innovative applications and implications of artificial intelligence across various sectors. Yesterday, we engaged in insightful discussions and learned from esteemed experts in agriculture, education, and governance. And today promises to bring even more valuable insights. We are inviting our attendees both here and online to use the hashtag AI Horizons PH24 on your social media posts. Again, this is AI Horizons PH24. Before we proceed, we want to express our heartfelt gratitude to our live audience for attending this conference despite the inclement weather, as well as to our online audience for taking time to join us. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Now, to formally greet us and begin the event with his opening remarks is Dr. Zar Jakiri S. Sarmiento. Dr. Sarmiento is an expert in geospatial AI and smart cities with a PhD in surveying and spatial information systems from the University of New South Wales. As Deputy Executive Director of the National Engineering Center, he leads groundbreaking research in geodesy, space applications, and regional development. Recently recognized as the National Outstanding Geodetic Engineer in the Academe for 2024, Dr. Sarmiento continues to push the boundaries of smart region innovations. Please give a warm welcome to Deputy Executive Director of the National Engineering Center, College of Engineering at UP Diliman, Dr. Zar Jakiri S. Sarmiento.
Morning. On behalf of our National Engineering Center's Executive Director and UP Diliman's College of Engineering Dean, Dr. Maria Antonia Tanchuling, isang mabagyong araw po sa ating lahat. A couple of months ago, coming from a very productive co-lab trip from UPLB, some of our faculty members in the UPD College of Engineering had dinner in one of the popular places in Los Baños. And I was seated beside our conference chair, Dr. Pros Naval, and our Associate Dean for Engineering, Doc Ruel Ocampo, who will also be sharing a talk later, if I remember it correctly. As we sat down for dinner, a conversation turned to dieting. You know, of all the conversation topics that we can have for dinner, we thought about dieting. We've got a plate full of good food in front of us, and we thought about dieting. And as we sat down for dinner, Dr. Pros mentioned AI-powered apps, you know, that can count your calories just by taking a photo of your food. So naturally, I was intrigued. but also a bit skeptical, but maybe it's just my denial, that AI-powered apps can actually tell me what's bad for me, especially with the things that I'm eating. But how could an app accurately assess a meal just from a photo? Doc Pross, with his characteristic enthusiasm, broke it down. He explained how AI analyzes not just the image, but also the context, identifying the ingredients, where you are, estimating the portion sizes, and factoring in how food was prepared. So it's incredible to think that something as complex as nutritional science could be simplified into an app that anyone can use. The story really highlights how AI is becoming an integral part of our daily lives. We're seeing it everywhere, from voice-activated assistants that help us manage our daily tasks, to AI-powered recommendation systems in our entertainment platforms that curate content specifically for our tastes. Even in healthcare, AI is assisting in diagnosing diseases, analyzing medical images, and personalizing treatment plans. In finance, AI is helping detect fraudulent transactions in real time and offering personalized banking experiences. These are just a few examples of how AI is seamlessly becoming embedded in our everyday routines, often without us noticing. What's remarkable is that AI is not just a tool for tech experts anymore. It is becoming a part of everyone's toolkit. On a personal note, my own research focuses on geospatial AI for smart cities. We are working to build the foundations of geodatabases that will prepare and empower the urban and regional areas for data-driven decision-making and governance. This work is crucial as cities and regions move towards smarter systems. It's all part of the gates that we are trying to open for the future. It started with a dream, ang ating motibasyon bilang mga siyentipiko para sa bayan. Sa puso ng lahat ng ito ay ang ating misyon na bumuo ng mas magandang kinabukasan para sa ating mga lungsod at kanayunan. Now, reflecting on day one, we saw how AI is not just for specialists anymore. It's transforming sectors like agriculture, governance, education, and healthcare. These innovations are empowering people, making advanced technology accessible in ways we couldn't have imagined just a few years ago. But as we embrace AI's potential, it is equally important to invest in the capacity of our universities and colleges. These institutions play a critical role in offering advanced degrees that will accelerate industrialization and strengthen our research capacity. In today's rapidly evolving world, we need to empower our Philippine universities to not only produce graduates, but to cultivate a new generation of AI researchers, engineers, and innovators who can address the complex challenges of sustainable development. By expanding research programs, improving facilities, and fostering collaborative partnerships with the industry, academia can be a driving force in ensuring that AI technologies are used for the greater good, advancing industries, improving governance, and addressing societal needs. This investment in higher education is crucial if we are to stay competitive globally and to ensure that Philippines contributes to this AI revolution. By empowering more young minds to pursue research and development in AI and related fields, we are not just preparing them for the workforce, we are equipping them to solve some of our country's most pressing problems. With the right support and resources, our universities can be key players in driving sustainable development and inclusive growth. As we look ahead to day two, I'm particularly excited to continue our discussions with our esteemed speakers, some of whom I've had the privilege of working with at UP. In addition to Dr. Ocampo, we are joined by Dr. Paringit and Dr. Marciano, who will be sharing their insights on AI's roles in emerging technologies and space. We're also fortunate to have President Jimenez and Chancellor Vistan, both of whom are steadfast supporters of the College of Engineering's initiative to collaborate with the SUCs in offering advanced engineering programs. And of course, we look forward to learning from all our other distinguished and respected speakers throughout the day. Maraming salamat po, and I hope you enjoy today's sessions.
Thank you for your inspiring words, Dr. Sarmiento. Today, we continue our intensive plenary sessions where we discuss AI's role in critical sectors of Philippine society and the economy. These plenary sessions will highlight different facets of the topic, illustrating how theory translates into practice and how challenges can be met with creative solutions. Following the presentations, there will be a panel discussion allowing the audience to ask questions and to listen to our experts engage in collaborative conversations.
Space technology, chemical industries, high-performance computing, science and technology, energy transition. AI possesses the encompassing potential to power up the materials and energy sector of the country. AI-driven solutions are used to optimize both renewable and traditional energy systems all over the world. In the renewable energy space, AI assists in the site selection for solar and wind farms by analyzing geographical and climatic data, ensuring that installations are placed in optimal locations. Government agencies are looking into tapping AI to detect issues in the energy grid, to prevent outages, and ensure smooth operations across power plants in the country. These developments illustrate AI's potential to revolutionize the energy landscape in the Philippines.
Our first plenary session for today focuses on AI in materials and energy. With the threat of climate change and environmental damage, the challenge to make our production systems more efficient and sustainable remains supremely essential. Therefore, it is only logical to explore the role that artificial intelligence could play in revolutionizing these industries and sectors. Here to open this session is Dr. Enrico C. Paringit, the Executive Director of the Philippine Council for Industry, Energy, and Emerging Technology Research and Development from the Department of Science and Technology. Let's give Dr. Paringit a round of applause. The room is yours, Dr. Paringit.
Good morning to everyone. I do hope that you have kept yourself warm and dry because of the severe weather. As you know, of course, we've been encountering a lot of these challenges lately, and they've become more of the norm rather than an exception in these very trying times for us. So, all right. So let me begin by saying that, of course, the Department of Science and Technology, which I represent currently, although I'm a faculty member also of UP, has been steadfastly supporting a lot of initiatives in the AI field. It is considered until lately as an emerging technology field. And as coming from the Philippine Council for Industry, Energy, and Emerging Technology Research and Development, it is categorized as one of the key emerging technologies that we have supported. So if you make like a matrix between emerging technologies and the kinds of sectors that they currently support, putting a mesh in them, you would find that AI has actually been supporting already a lot of application and sectoral fields, as was exemplified in the video introduction earlier. They're coming to find their applications in key sectors like energy, materials, even for disaster management. For energy applications, from the beginning, we've been supporting the kinds of research that will optimize dispatch of power in grid systems so as to optimize energy resources. In the environment field, of course, we have the likes of fisheye and that have been actually extensively used. And that came through, of course, with the R&D that came to it in the beginning. And then, of course, you have now smart city applications. Of course, during the recently concluded Ministerial Summit on Disaster Risk Reduction, it's been announced by the Department of Science and Technology that we are engaging an AI-based platform to do weather prediction. And that has been highlighted as a possible way for us to actually come up with more precision-level weather forecasts. So precision level meaning we might be able to determine weather conditions as fine as a 1 kilometer mesh. And so you would imagine eventually that you could have a customized weather forecast for every barangay, all for 42,000 of them perhaps in the country. So the future scenario, therefore, is going towards towards a precision level advisory, precision level forecasting, precision level adaptation and mitigation. So at this day and age, we could not expect already a one-size-fits-all solution, no? Even perhaps for medicine, which I will not venture into in my introduction, no? But more of trying to tickle our minds into something that could explore the vast potentials of AI. So therefore, with the also the opportunity is that many sectors and many fields have already been data intensive. And one of them is of course government. You have national government agencies slowly but steadily going their way into digitalization. Local government units as well. So we have strived hard to actually made it possible to support the next level. And what is that? It is trying to exploit the data that's already been digitalized. And of course, we started off with a big program on data science and applications, research and training, and also encouraging, of course, our local government units to unlock their data repository and making it available for researchers to actually analyze and present some viable opportunities for their citizens, as well as identifying, not only identifying, but addressing some of their key problems. And so that's what we're doing right now. That's through the so-called Sparta program. But we went beyond, we went beyond that, no? And that is to try to not only provide opportunities for our data scientists and researchers to exploit the data, but also provide some solutions so that local government units, as well as national government agencies, no? Name it, they have it. And services for senior citizens, services, like for example, how do you know which types of medicines or maintenance are going to be available and how much will be needed in the next few months or days, no? And that is provided by the kinds of analytics that has been provided through, and that has been made possible, of course, with the cooperation of both the researchers and those that are in governance. No. And we need to go beyond that level by providing also, making it also available for researchers to access national government data at so many different levels. Of course, you have the freedom of information policy in place, but at the same time, there's a pull between pull from the point of view of data privacy. So we need to have clear guidance and policies that will really clarify where to make this both ends meet somewhere for the benefit of the people. In AI, of course, we're in DOST, particularly in Fisher, we're proud to say that we have initiated a lot of projects. We believed in it when nobody seemed to be rooting for it, no? And some were even bashing it maybe about 10, 15 years ago. But right now, we just made a breakthrough, no? Through the different projects that were supported through AI. And it's not just the development of this field as a field alone, but also finding way into key applications. So I mentioned earlier about its applications in power sector management. Now we're finding applications also in materials. I think, of course, Dr. Gobit is here to maybe expound a little bit more about our initiative to make it marry the materials development field as well as in additive manufacturing. We hope to have this kind of pattern or trend in many other fields, including, for example, mining and metallurgy. Could you have AI also in nutrition? Recently, we've been heavily pushing our Food and Nutrition Research Institute at the DOST to really scour at the data holdings that they have through the periodic food and nutrition surveys that they have conducted almost on a regular basis, no? Because it's left unmined, and we only need to take a look at it and cross it, no, with also the data sets that are available elsewhere on population and demographics, on youth, on educational performance of kids, no? And try to correlate between nutrition intake and nutrition uptake and school performance. I even challenged them to maybe perhaps look at the relationship between incidences of hazards and disasters occurring in a place and nutrition levels together with school performance, because these are key determinants, I think, of malnutrition levels. We're moving forward. We do have our AI Research and Development Board that is guiding us. We are guided also by our roadmap in the AI field. But I'm glad to note that, as I said, it's finding its way to many different applications as well as key sectors that we support. Last week, we just had a grand signing of memorandum of agreements for the different researches. I think that amounts to about 935 million in 88 projects. And I was asked, so what were the key, by the press, what was the key feature of this round of proposals or projects that will be implemented beginning next year? And I was telling them that I didn't impute the number, but I was observing that many of them had been laced with AI applications. No? So it's coming to the fore. I'm not going to be surprised if 50% of the projects that will be supported is going to have an AI component in it. So we should be ready with key support to do that. Our DOST AI R&D framework sits on 4 pillars. One is infrastructure development. The second one is human resource development and applications. The third one is more on capacity building, and then the third, in terms of human resource development, the fourth one is on policy and responsibility. I'd like to highlight as an ending statement, because I think my presentation will not be read, but this is the gist of my presentation, that we should also be looking at the opportunities to define the kind of AI that we need or we want or we aspire for. And that should run alongside with the development of AI. It should not be an afterthought, but it should be running in parallel, no, with the various, technological advances that we're slowly making. I said that because there are already indications that it is impinging upon, the rights as well as the welfare of some people, no, and we need to make sure also that they are not discriminated against. There's no bias against them. We have had attempts, no, to actually start these conversations, and I think it should not be confined to people who are, recognized as experts in the field. We therefore also recognize the possible role, no, of social scientists coming into the fore to, to introduce some kind of framework on how to regard this. Maybe it was the same way, but maybe treated differently as when calculators and computers and the web came about 50, 60, 40, 10 years ago or 20 years ago, and even social media 10 years ago, right? So we should regard it in the same way as now. So to end, we'd like to say that we are in full support of the initiatives, and we like to recognize the role of the University of the Philippines in fostering this kind of conversation. In fact, we've been enticing or encouraging our academic institutions to lead these kinds of conversations, no? Not just in leading the research, but also engage people from all perspectives to provide their own take on what AI should truly be. And it should be, of course, not only advancing knowledge, but also making an impact to the very lives that it, we all swore to uphold, no? At this until today. So again, thank you very much for this opportunity to be presenting and talking about our take on it, and I hope to be continuing this conversation with everyone. Good morning.
Thank you, Dr. Paringit. We'd like to invite on stage to provide a plaque of recognition EVP Pepe Alcantara, Dr. Gisela Concepcion, Dr. Pros Naval, and AVP for Digital Transformation, Dr. Peter C. We'd also like to note that we have over 400 attendees via Zoom. So hello to everyone who's joining us online. So to give this plaque of appreciation to Dr. Enrico Paringit for sharing his knowledge during AI Horizons PH24 at UP-BGC campus on October 25, 2024. Thank you, everyone. All right, as we return to our presentations, our next speaker joins us on a quite exhilarating and out-of-this-world topic: artificial intelligence in space technology. Dr. Joel Joseph Marciano Jr. is the pioneering Director General of the Philippine Space Agency, or PhilSA, and a full Professor of Electrical and Electronics Engineering at UP Diliman. He led the development of the Philippines' first Earth observation satellites, Diwata-1, Diwata-2, and the Maya Nano satellites, advancing the country's space exploration capabilities. Recognized globally, he was recently awarded an honorary doctorate by Hokkaido University for his contributions to education, research, and space science. Get ready to explore beyond the horizons by sharing your thoughts in our Mentimeter. Let us hear from the Director General of the Philippine Space Agency, Dr. Joel Joseph Marciano Jr.
Thank you, Jimbo, and good morning to everybody. Real pleasure to be here. Thank you to my dear alma mater for inviting me and for inviting PhilSA. Now, at the outset, I'd like to maybe get this out of the way. I am not an AI developer, not my electrical engineering background notwithstanding, although like many of you here, perhaps, I'm one of those whose work benefits from AI, in this case, in the executive supervision and in the administration of the National Space Program. Hope to share the bigger picture this morning. Yamang kalawakan, what does that mean? That refers to it's something we, Filipino portmanteau, we use it as a hashtag as well. If you want to talk about the emerging national space ecosystem, the domestic space ecosystem, that's what we call it. It's Yamang kalawakan. Towards the end of this presentation, I'll share a quick video about it. And so, AI is helping to strengthen and enhance this national space ecosystem. Let's go to the next slide, please. All right, let me start with my most favorite quote of all time. If you click through that, well, there it is. The most profound technologies are those that disappear. They weave themselves into the fabric of everyday life until they are indistinguishable from it. Those are the words of the late Mark Weiser. I believe he was a CTO of Xerox Palo Alto Research Center when he talked about ubiquitous computing and how computers are becoming more and more embedded in the environment, so much so that we take it for granted. Let's go to the next slide. Space tech perhaps is one such disappearing or vanishing technology, better yet, becoming invisible. One that is quietly working in the background that we probably take for granted, yet we cannot live without it. On a typical commute, we use these maps on our phones, and well, the map itself is a product of space tech because satellites orbiting overhead take pictures of the Earth, and some of these pictures are turned into maps on our phones. Our position on the map is calculated by satellites. Satellites that are positioning satellites, global navigation systems, determine our position on the map. So that's number 2. Number 3, the data that we send on our phone goes to this global network called the internet, and parts of the internet travels through space. And finally, our commute is affected by the weather, and satellites measure the weather. And some of these reports coming from the satellites get to our phones, perhaps with recommendations, maybe by AI, tell us to reroute or take another route, etc. And that is how these space technologies blend into the background, that we are, become invisible. Perhaps imagine all of these satellites being switched off for one day, or maybe even 1 hour, or even 1 minute. It's not just the global economy that will be disrupted, it's perhaps our very way of life. Let's go to the next slide. And so I speak of the global space economy. That's, according to some reports, that's worth about $500 billion right now. It's growing at some reports, according to McKinsey, at 8% per year. Maybe it will become a $1.5 trillion space economy by 2035, according to some estimates. That's really, the end use of space products, and it's benefiting various sectors: defense, security, agriculture, marine, maritime, logistics, transportation, energy, name it. We use all of these space tech. That space economy is divided into 2 segments, the upstream and the downstream. The smaller component, the upstream, everything that goes up there, everything, like the satellites, the spacecraft, these are manufacturers of these space-qualified components and systems and subsystems. Everything that brings them up there, the rockets, the spaceports, everything that keeps them up there, the control centers, the command centers, the antennas, all of these systems, they're in the upstream. It's a small percentage, but it is rapidly growing. Now, if you put things up there, you use them. Obviously, for Earth observation, telecommunications, navigation, positioning, surveillance, whatever, all of these applications enabled by satellites, that's the downstream. And that accounts for a larger share of this global space economy. And so, while the pandemic, you see this chart, maybe focus on the tail end of that chart, the pandemic grounded aircraft and ships and boats, and we all kept to our homes, but no, the rockets, space rockets, they kept flying. They took the opportunity during the pandemic. You see the exponential rise in space objects brought to space, and you see that exponential rise during the period of the pandemic, 2020 onwards. And so, according to this index, there's about, according to the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs, UNOOSA, around 11,000 individual satellites now orbiting the Earth. More than half of that is owned by one company, right? And that's a significant increase, which we've seen fairly recently. Let's go to the next slide. Now, what are these space rockets carrying? As payload, some of them are small satellites, not the ones the size of a school bus, but satellites that may be the size of a balikbayan box or the size of a refrigerator. These are small sats. And traditionally, they've been used for, you see there in green, over time from 2014 for remote sensing of the Earth. But about 2020, when this space rocket launches exponentially increased, it brought these internet communication satellites of you-know-who, he gets mentioned a lot, to space. And see there, a large percentage now is really for communications, but remote sensing is still there. And these satellites take pictures of the Earth, which we use, and this is data that is brought down to Earth to serve humanity. There's a company called Bryce Tech that tracks the number of government small satellites, and look who made the main chart, right there, right? Tied between Norway and Taiwan is the Philippines. Happy to be in that main chart. We were previously in the sidebar. Obviously, our momentum here in the Space Agency, we owe a lot to the Department of Science and Technology, who started these programs before the Space Agency was born. And I myself came from those programs, and now we're carrying that momentum and building forward on what DOST has pioneered, really. Now, so this against this backdrop, we have the Space Agency, established by Republic Act 11363, or the Philippine Space Act, signed into law August 8, 2019. First of all, it established the Philippine space policy. and also the space agency. So if you ask, does the Philippines have a national space policy? Yes, we do. It's there in Republic Act 11363. And PhilSTA is a central government agency addressing all national issues and activities in space science and technology applications. We are attached to the Office of the President for purposes of policy and program coordination and to ensure alignment in national policies and priorities. See there's a Philippine Space Council. I'll talk about that in a moment. And then you see the 6 key development areas for the space program as enshrined in the National Space Policy: hazard management and climate studies, national security and development, international cooperation, R&D, education and awareness, and space industry capacity building. Perhaps this tells us in the context of the country like the Philippines, there is a lot of heavy lifting still. And the space agency right now is 250 people with an average age of 27 years old. Visit us if you can. We're at the 29th floor of Cyber One Tower in Eastwood, and soon we'll also occupy the 30th floor. But in this context, the space agency is thrust in an environment where there's a lot of heavy lifting because the ecosystem is not yet complete. In other countries which form space agencies, even later than us, they're like 10, 20, 30 people, it's because they're just holding the baton, orchestrating everybody else. There's a strong industry there. The universities are all well set up with space science and technology, etc. So for us, that's still a work in progress. Okay, and the President is keenly aware of the National Space Program. That quote is from his message during the UN General Assembly in New York in 2022, wherein as a directive for us, he said our country will expand our presence in outer space and also contribute to defining the norms of responsible behavior in cyberspace and outer space. Let's go to the next slide. The Philippine Space Council, very quickly, you see there the composition. It's a very high-level council. It's a principal advisory and coordination integration body of the affecting SSTA resources. You see there also the quote of our president during the recent State of the Nation address, where he talked about space for about a minute, talking about the 51,000 satellite images that we produced so far in our country across various applications, and the ongoing work on the development of the largest Earth observation satellite, the multispectral unit for land assessment. This council has met 8 times already since 2020, and notably in the 6th and 8th meeting of this council, President Bongbong Marcos himself chaired it, so at the office. So the PhilSA, you see the members of the Philippine Space Council there, the Vice Chair is the Secretary of National Defense, the Secretary of Science and Technology. The Director General of PhilSA is the Head Secretariat of this council and also serves as the Presidential Advisor on Space Matters. Next slide. This is the space value chain, and this is really what I want to focus on this morning. And it's composed of these blocks and their nexus, which at the end, if these are all present and if they are mature in a certain country, or then we can say we have a good ecosystem and we can realize socioeconomic benefit and value in the end. Where does AI come in here? AI, among other things, helps us with the capacity to analyze and generate insights from data, and also motivates greater impetus and resources to act on such data. And then a little bit, there's also AI plays a role in the upstream, on the satellites themselves, because AI is creeping into many components, even being embedded in some computing systems, including satellites. Right, now what is this space value chain all about? We basically, for each block, you ask yourself, do you have it or not? Is it there or not? And it allows us to identify strengths, address gaps and weaknesses, and seek international cooperation and collaboration where we can gain commensurate strength in each of these blocks towards generating socioeconomic benefit and value. So from the satellites, do you have them or not? Are they sovereign? Are you using those of other countries? Next, is the data accessible to you? Is the data suitable for you? You ask yourself that. If you build your own satellites, you can better guarantee that this data is more suitable for you because you control your destiny. So they're interconnected. The third, once the data, you say data is suitable for you, do you have capacity to bring the data to ground? Such as infrastructure for storing and hosting this data, communicating with satellites to get the data. So take that off if you have it. The next one, once they're on the ground, do you have capacity to analyze and generate insights from the data? What do you do with it, right? So once you say you generate, yes, we do. We have a little bit of that. It needs to be improved. Then the next thing is the value of death. Who uses it, right? Who benefits from it and who applies it? Otherwise, there's probably very little socioeconomic value and benefit if the products from space and this data and insights are not being used. So next slide, quickly. Now, let me start at the end. Right, the socioeconomic value and benefit. There's been some success. With this partnership with the Department of Environment and Natural Resources and the Space Agency, we signed an agreement wherein they set up an internal office, a geospatial database office, wherein they can start ingesting all of this data and build internal capacity to add value to satellite images according to their mandate and exercise their powers and functions. And among other things, they reported last year shutting down an illegal mining operation somewhere in the Philippines on the strength of information on the ground and satellite images. So it's to their credit, they acted on the data and prevented further losses due to illegal activities. The Office of Civil Defense, we're gratified whenever we see them posting on Facebook using the maps generated by the Space Agency. In this case, a landslide event in Davao de Oro, wherein it buried several houses, and the value adding on the map here is to overlay the footprints, building footprints of the houses to an emergency responder on the ground. The terrain becomes unrecognizable, so then you know there's a house here, and you probably have a better chance of trying to rescue somebody, start looking here. So these are examples of some socioeconomic value and benefit realized end-to-end because of our investments in space capabilities. Also AI. Among other things, we produce maps, as you've seen, derived from space capabilities. These are geospatial products. Our focus on AI is precisely on geospatial AI at the moment, particularly from Earth observation satellites, to turn them into useful products such as maps. So from supporting food security with new fish suitability maps, mitigating, preparing for, and responding to climate crisis and disasters, to mapping and monitoring the built-in natural environment and also maritime domain awareness. These are all applications wherein AI is playing a big role in enabling timely delivery of insights. So last year, 2023, we produced almost 31,000 maps. Now, the maps are one thing, but what is also said there, about 121,000 person hours of training accompanying these maps. We cannot just give maps. It has to come with a little bit of explanation, or more formally, some capacity building, because to build absorptive capacity, there must first and foremost be appreciative capacity. So these maps range from oil spill maps to ship counts and mangrove mapping, damage assessment, landslide maps, etc. Again, so these are the products so far. And on flood extent maps, this is a slide particularly when we're talking about AI. These are being generated from a model developed over 7 months by a team in the Space Agency. Of course, prior to that, in ASTI, DOST ASTI, where I came from, already a team started there working on these flood maps, and some of that work was inherited in PhilSA, precisely because the people from ASTI moved to the Space Agency. Thank you so much. So flood extent maps are being developed. This investment in time and effort significantly reduced the time to generate the data and the manpower needed for the process. I'm talking about AI. So we're now routinely producing this model. Expect the next flood impact maps to come out of because of this tropical storm Christine soon. And it basically enhances our ability to respond and manage these flood events effectively. So these are, you see there the data. I don't have to, with AI, without AI, we cannot really afford that kind of latency after a flood event. You want to produce these flood impact maps almost immediately and bring them to the hands of people who can act on them. So as you can see in the Space Agency, there's R&D, but there's also a very day-to-day operational aspect to the work of the Space Agency in the Philippines because of hazard management and climate studies. Now, this is another example, is the 2023 National Mangrove Map, launched in collaboration with the DNR in August. If you want to see a physical copy of this map, you can go to the National Museum. There's a map, the nationwide mangrove map there. Otherwise, it's on a dashboard. So these mangroves serve as natural barriers. They play a critical role in disaster mitigation by protecting coastal communities, as we probably know. Now, once the data is encoded into the algorithm, the national mangrove map could be generated in less than 1 day or maybe 48 hours. Without AI, the same process take roughly a year, depending on the number of people you put in there. So there are two people actually working on this, but behind this is the months and months of data preparation and data cleansing that is needed before you arrive at a model where you're confident enough to release it. But even though it took that time, we knew when we generated the nationwide mangrove map, it was still going to make mistakes. But counterintuitively, we released it to the public, precisely with that caveat that, this will have mistakes, please help us validate it. Right? And so this is kind of an agile approach. And because of the adoption of AI here, you sped things up, you can come up to the public with these products perhaps faster and explain to them that this is a partnership. You have to help us validate this and give us data back so we can refine these maps. And so that's what happened here. Together with the DNR, this was ongoing over the past few months, and we hit our targets on validation. Now we are at the receiving end of a presidential directive where we have to bring this map and its validation as a school project. So we look forward, we're implementing that now, and we want to engage more schools to learn more about mangroves. Okay, that's a video showing, produced by the team on the validation. So we gave them a mobile phone app. It's open, it's free, and then we take pictures of the mangroves. So students and local government units learned about mangroves, and they contributed data back, allowed us to look at our models and see where we got it wrong, where we got it right, so to speak. And this is really a partnership with DNR, with local governments, and hopefully a model we can carry out in more AI projects applied to geospatial data. Okay, I have to emphasize, partnerships are key. Collaboration is key. There's really no other way to go. As a space agency, we do not make decisions on disasters in agriculture, environmental protection. So in order for our data, in order for our resources to be used effectively, we have partnerships. So you see there a sample of some of these with the Coast Guard on maritime domain awareness, with the Department of National Defense, and with the Land Bank for agri-analytics and financing and crop and insurance. Also with air quality monitoring with the Department of Agriculture on farm-to-market road mapping and crop mapping, etc. So the list goes on. This is really, these partnerships help create greater impetus and resources to act on these insights. More examples here. I encourage you to look at the Our Place in Space. This is a free ebook you can download on the website of a space agency. And a couple more slides. Now, beyond the turn, as we speak about horizons here, we look at these foundation models for Earth observation. These are large-scale, pre-trained models that are designed to be adaptable for a wide range of Earth observation tasks. It considers different types of satellites because satellites are not the same. There might be Earth observation satellites, but they're carrying different payloads. It might be radar that can see through clouds. It could be electro-optical. Some of them could carry different types of sensors, very high resolution. Some of them are multispectral images measuring things at different wavelengths. And hyperspectral, capturing multiple wavelengths all at once, carrying a lot of data. I mentioned radar. So there are challenges in creating foundation models because of the diversity of sensors, the varying spatial, spectral, and temporal resolution. Larger scale data, you need to handle that, massive compute and data storage needs, and generalization across geographies. So this is an area we'd like to look into, and it's open for collaboration as well with our researchers. One frontier as well is having onboard AI processing on satellites. This is a field that some groups have been looking into, wherein pre-trained models are onboard computers on satellites already. Just one very simple example of this is a satellite will not waste time taking a picture if it sees that it's cloudy. So a satellite has to understand, has to be intelligent enough to see, well, I don't want to waste bandwidth or resources or storage trying to take a picture now because all I see are clouds, unless you want to see clouds. So the satellites can figure that out while in orbit, and this is perhaps not really the future. This is probably happening already. And another interesting application is this, star trackers. The satellite, to determine its position, it looks at the stars. Just like how people do in navigating before, right? You look at the stars. So you use AI on these star maps, and it can more efficiently and quickly calculate the position of the satellite based on interpretation of these maps of constellations and stars. Some notable Earth observation machine learning startups. These are maybe draw some inspiration from these companies. from agriculture, environment and climate change, energy, construction and infrastructure, defense and intelligence, onboard computing. There are these companies that have been raising venture capital, and they're combining machine learning models with Earth observation to generate businesses out of this. So maybe this is something that guide us to not reinvent some of these wheels already. There are these wheels that are turning, but let's look at the frontier as well as we collaborate. But certainly in the Philippines, there's a lot of room to contribute ground information and data that refines the view from space. So it's not just the view from space, it has to be complemented by ground validation, ground data. That in itself is data that contributes to this ecosystem. And we look forward to companies and startups and even supporting them in this kind of space. All right, finally, we'll end with a 30-second video. Let's go to the next slide and play that. Thank you. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Marciano, for bringing us to outer space and back. We'd like to ask Dr. Pros Naval, Dr. Gisela Concepcion, EVP Pepe Alcantara, and AVP Peter C. to join us on stage to provide a plaque of appreciation to Dr. Marciano. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Marciano. We have some insights from our Mentimeter. Yamang Pangkalawakan, Filipino Space Excellence, Cutting Edge Pinoy Tech, and Go Pinoy Astronaut. I like that. That was my childhood dream, to be an astronaut. And maybe Dr. Marciano will help make some more children's dreams come true as we hope to bring our first Filipino to outer space. Maraming salamat, Dr. Marciano. You really, you brought me out there, and I think many of our people in our audience and online truly appreciate your presentation. Now, as we delve into the world of engineering and energy, Dr. Rigoberto Advincula is here to set the scene on what the industry is like. Dr. Rigoberto Advincula is a distinguished Governor's Chair Professor at the University of Tennessee, Knoxville, and Oak Ridge National Laboratory, known for his groundbreaking research in polymer materials and nanocomposites. A member of the U.S. National Academy of Inventors and a fellow of multiple prestigious organizations, he has received numerous accolades, including the Lifetime Distinguished Accomplishment Award from the University of the Philippines. Passionate about mentorship and global STEM initiatives, he also serves on the World Economic Forum's Advanced Materials Council and is the editor-in-chief of MRS Communications. Get ready to explore beyond the horizons by sharing your thoughts in our Mentimeter. Dr. Advincula will discuss advanced manufacturing and chemical industries. Let's all welcome Dr. Rigoberto Advincula.
Good morning to all of you. Good morning sa inyong lahat na nandito sa venue and all of you who are online. So actually, I arrived 6 o'clock in the morning and I look fresh because I had time to refresh myself coming here. And it's a pleasure indeed to organize this first AI Horizon Symposium Conference with Pros and Giselle. Actually, this is an idea that we wanted to highlight all the advances at UP, but really make it a platform for the whole Philippines to recognize that AI will impact whatever you do, and whether we're talking about space, like what Dr. Marciano highlighted, There are many areas I can highlight today about energy, materials, and manufacturing. So I'm with University of Tennessee, but I'm also a group leader at Oak Ridge National Lab. In fact, I maintain two positions, basically. As a group leader at the National Lab with the Department of Energy, we work with neutron scattering, but also a lot of materials research that are based not only on nuclear energy, but everyday things like plastics or polymers. And in fact, University of Tennessee is a center for polymer research and materials as well. The research that we do in our group, I'm still a professor, area is in the area of nanomaterials, nanostructuring, synthesis of polymers, and lately, as I'll explain to you at the end of this talk, a lot of advances in AI and machine learning that we bring to chemistry and additive manufacturing. And also to highlight, the University of Tennessee is really the center, one of the centers for nuclear energy, science and engineering. It has one of the oldest programs in granting degrees in nuclear engineering, one of the broadest in terms of scope, but in terms of ranking, we only rank second to MIT in terms of training future engineers, scientists in nuclear energy. In fact, Oak Ridge and Knoxville is considered the Silicon Valley of the nuclear industry. So I welcome you to explore the opportunities we have, especially as the nuclear energy is one of the clean energies, and the Philippines is set to adopt that as well with other countries. So I'd like to start with this slide because as a scientist, I like to discover things. I like to publish and train PhD students. But on the other hand, I also want to contribute to society. And this is a perspective that comes from, let's say, pasture. So Niels Bohr, who played a very important role in the theory of the atom, of course, is a fundamental scientist. And you would say that Thomas Edison, who's famous for saying that invention is basically 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration, okay? But yet he founded General Electric, and he contributed many of the practical things that we do. However, we don't reasonably think about pasture. Well, how many of you drank pasteurized milk this morning? How many of you used pasture pipette? How many of you had vaccinations? That basically is a start of things that pasture did. And of course, as a chemist, I know my left hand and right hand mirror images. So he is a passionate scientist from France who actually contributed a lot to fundamental science and also to the society. And I find myself looking introspectively where I might bring my science to the technology of tomorrow. And that's really what AI and machine learning has done. So actually, in 2016, when I gave this talk at the World Economic Forum, I was talking about additive manufacturing, aka 3D printing. So when you think about a 3D printer, it's a type of manufacturing process that is digitalized, but at the same time, as we are going into the foray of AI and machine learning, something that can be perfected or optimized in terms of applications. From inner space to outer space to biomedical engineering, bio-inspired design, we are finding more and more additive manufacturing in society and industries. So actually, there are many applications, not only in automotive, marine, biomedical engineering, space, okay, 3D printing, prototype satellites. A lot of this will require materials or different types of materials based on plastics, ceramics, or even metals. So actually, 3D printing compared to other manufacturing processes like injection molding or milling has a very important advantage. It thrives when you have complexity of design, convergence of function and format, as well as high performance in material. So when you find this convergence, additive manufacturing is really the solution. So actually, in 2014, when I started 3D printing, we focused on the use of nanomaterials. Nanocomposites enable, with very little addition or additives as little as 0.1%, can double the tensile strength, the storage modulus, the barrier properties of materials. So focusing on materials research, we were able to demonstrate that this high value adding of 3D printing and materials is possible. And along the way, we trained a lot of students, PhD students, as well as visiting scholars from the Philippines. This was the time that when I was still a professor at Case Western Reserve University. So this is a very recent picture. Prior to coming here, just 3 days ago, I was in France. In fact, I was traveling with my wife, and we ended up passing by in Normandy, France. We took this picture of a World War II Jeep. This is an actual World War II Jeep last produced in the 40s. And they were roaming around Europe, almost 1 million of them, okay? And very few original pieces exist. So this is an original Jeep. However, we can 3D print them. So this is a 3D printed Jeep by Oak Ridge National Lab. It was 3D printed in record time, 6 months. And 3D printing here, in this case, resurrected, if not reinvented, the manufacturing of Jeep. Although not as fast a scale as in World War II yet, 3D printing lies in digitalization of or remanufacturing of old equipment or very important capital, which I hope the Philippines will find an industry to recapitalizing old equipment by repairing them with 3D printers. And so a story that I often shared is how Additive Manufacturing Center, or AMCen, which was started by DOST several years ago, is a true center or pride of the Philippines. We're only second to Singapore in terms of having this national center for 3D printing. And a lot of this, I helped during my time at Case Western Reserve University, train, form the concept, and establish the printer. So in fact, if you have an opportunity to visit AMCen, you will find a lot of 3D printers there, demonstrated technologies, and also, if you go to the administration site of DOST, you will find a statue of Rizal. And this was in celebration of his birthday. And this is a record, maybe a world record, perhaps in the future, but this is made of plastic, okay? 3D printed statue of Rizal in plastic. This is about 10 feet long, tall, no? So you can see the power of 3D printing in many industries, including creative sciences. And in the future, you will see that manufacturing will rely more and more on digitalization based on 3D printing. And this is really bringing value to even traditional supply chains. And in combination with AI and machine learning, you can supercharge 3D printing because you'll be able to make a lot of case studies, optimization of processes, and the use of indigenous materials. Imagine if a lot of the materials that are locally produced in the Philippines can be optimized for manufacturing with the help of AI and machine learning, how it can transform a lot of industries and supply chains towards not only local but also export. So let's talk about AI. Maybe some basics here for some of you are new. AI, or artificial intelligence, as mentioned earlier, you will find it in many applications. Non-science or non-engineering, finance, weather, satellites, space technology. But in particular, I'd like to highlight applications in science and engineering. In fact, this is not new for a scientist. This year was a fruition of that because of the Nobel Prize winners in physics and chemistry. In particular, the Nobel Prize win in physics did not highlight AI. It highlighted what we call machine learning, ML. And a lot of the algorithms, a lot of the practices found in data analytics and generative learning has many fundamentals. And not only in physics, but also in chemistry. The Nobel Prize win in chemistry relied on using AI and machine learning to perfect the design of proteins. So you can see a back-to-back win for AI and machine learning in the realm of science and engineering. So as a scientist, you are actually practicing machine learning. Sometimes we call that statistics, okay? Design of experiment, matrix design, you are doing machine learning. However, we only hear about AI. Machine learning, as Joel explained, is really where the rubber meets the road, where you try to optimize, perfect the application. So at this point, I want to highlight now, and maybe again and again, it is not the AI that unlocks the value, it's the machine learning. It's the ability to apply AI in a real-world application, which I believe is going to be the key for growth in the Philippines. You need to find case studies, uses, unique solutions that can be solved by applying machine learning. AI, or a true test, is really trying to distinguish it from the real thing. And sometimes you have to use algorithm, generative learning to make more complex tasks and relationships simpler. And that is where you use neural networks. Neural networks, again, if you trace it, in fact, it's very interesting. It's actually, its origins is based on psychology, okay? The mind, the heuristics is how you try to make the mind work so that the mind, the human in the loop, can be transforming in terms of computational methods. And one thing you can rely on, which is available today, is simulation. Simulation, digital twins, ability to compute, the ability to model or make your ideal cases, ideal results is something we can even do in the Philippines now, because you need a lot of computational power, a lot of skills to make those layers and layers of neural networks or algorithms that is based on hard science, physics or chemistry. So this is a very nice chart of where machine learning lies. You see, you need data. You need your initial data, or you need to build what we call large language models. So what, for example, the space agency can provide is data. What you have that data is that you need to use an algorithm. You need to use a formula to make it useful for your application. That is your algorithm. So together with your initial data, or data you derive from large language models, you use your algorithm, you do the experiment, or where the rubber meets the road, and then you do a feedback loop mechanism in order to iterate that perfection, in order to arrive at a good model or a good decision point. And that's where some of the statistics, Bayesian operation, regression analysis, it becomes very familiar even for a scientist and engineer. And what we call automated machine learning, or the ability to do this autonomically or automatically, is really the key in the future towards accelerating science and discovery. So many domains are coming. So I introduced the term domain. Domain is essentially your application, whether it's health, whether it's manufacturing or materials development. You can introduce a lot of models and at the same time refine your algorithm in order to accommodate for the different variables or parameters. So more and more we will see AI and machine learning going into manufacturing or advanced manufacturing, whether using the traditional manufacturing method or the advanced manufacturing methods using additive manufacturing or 3D printing. It will rely more and more on AI and machine learning to perfect or to optimize the system. Another is in energy. So traditional methods of energy extraction, whether it's oil and gas or it's solar or it's geothermal, which we have a lot in the Philippines, the more you apply AI and machine learning means you're going to have very good risk analysis, very good methods to optimize or make efficient the extraction process, or even optimize the production of energy and conversion to electricity or even your power grid. In fact, you will need a lot of energy when it comes to using AI and machine learning. And that's what you've heard in the news, that Google is investing on nuclear reactors. Imagine Google investing now on nuclear reactors. It's because they see a lot of energy needed for data. By the way, data is sometimes called the new oil. The new oil, okay? How important is oil? Well, we import most of it in the Philippines. But the new oil means you need drilling rigs, you need drillers, you need oilmen, okay? So I would say those of you who want to become oilmen, or those of you who want to get more data, get into that job, get into the profession of using machine learning and AI. And then lastly, with nuclear energy, it's coming. We cannot deny it, but nuclear energy, which is now in the form of microreactors or SMRs, is something that the Philippines is now open, especially with the agreements that are in place. And this is also another frontier for training. We will need a lot of nuclear scientists and engineers to get into this industry, which will win out. By the way, France, Korea, they all use nuclear energy, okay? Japan, maybe not, Germany not, but as I said, I was just in France. France, electricity mainly comes from nuclear energy. 70% of the electricity in France is based on nuclear energy. So we will find AI and machine learning not only in manufacturing, but also in the supply chain. OEM production, different types of supply chain, blockchain developments, and actually you would see that in any manufacturing you need a good supply chain of parts and things to assemble. Military. So they've found that AI and machine learning, when applied to military, whether it's production or battlefield strategies and so on, is becoming very important. Again, because relying on data, satellite data, good data, they're able to plan to succeed in the military. Now, I'm almost closing the gap here. So at Oak Ridge National Lab, I lead a team that is focused on autonomic chemistry. How can we do automatic chemistry? How can we use AI and machine learning in order to synthesize new drugs or polymers or materials? So this team that I'm leading is made up of people working with computers, working with the chemistry lab, working with devising and designing instruments. So in this schematic diagram, we basically ask the question, if we have a particular target for a drug or a polymer or a material, how can we do the process of discovery such that we can optimize the design of that drug in the shortest possible synthetic scheme? Or how can we remove basically the trial and error process in a lot of production of materials? So in this concept, when we started this project, we wanted to remove the human in the loop. And in my experience working with AI and ML, you basically cannot remove yet the human in the loop. Probably it will take us 10 to 20 years. And the conclusions I'm getting is that scientists, chemists, physicists, engineers are still going to be in demand. The most important thing is you need to be the best in your profession. And you have to use AI and machine learning as a tool, okay? So using this scheme, we designed basically a lab reactor, a bench reactor using flow chemistry. We connected instrumentation that is tied up to an edge server. That flow chemistry allows us to bring the engineering in synthesis, meaning controlled pressure, volume, temperature, flow rate. So if we control the machine, we also have a monitoring process to get the data. We have a feedback loop mechanism that can be monitored or done iteratively using a local computer. We can run the whole thing, but it's not automatic. The human intervention is necessary. What if we have access to an exascale computer? Exascale means it's the fastest computer in the world. It's called Frontier. It's located at Oak Ridge National Lab. That means we can do real-time algorithm modification. That means within seconds, we get the answer on a new model or a new equation using the data coming from the edge server. That is, if we do the real-time experiment, if we do the real-time calculation, do we still need humans? Probably not. Okay? So I'm warning you, some of you may have no jobs or lose your jobs in 5 to 10 years. But my prediction is it will take 10 to 20 years. So if you have this automatic, autonomic method of doing chemistry with access to exascale computing, maybe it's possible to augment reality with a system like this. But I actually call this a data miner. So as I've shown you here, if I can go back to the previous slide. Anyway, we can do this projects like this where we wanted to do a correct refractive index contact lens by 3D printing. We were able to do this autonomically using large language models and 3D printing by accessing some of this equipment. So tools like this, satellites, different types of data miners, different technologies that allows you to gather new data or mine data is going to be very important. That's what we need in the Philippines. We need a lot of data mining operation and access to technology that we can then convert and Philippinize. So if you do that, then you can uniquely apply it to Philippine problems and therefore take advantage of that technology. So in this case, this is how we demonstrated it. In fact, visually, as you can see here, these are elements where we have to use large language models like ChatGPT experience. In this case, our data is based on publication. So if we can distill, let's say, a specific set or subset of questions out of 5,000 publications and come up with the 10 best publications, we can immediately center our work on those 10 best fit publications. But what I'm finding out is that this is not as foolproof because like ChatGPT, how many of you have used ChatGPT? It works, but it doesn't work. Meaning it gives you something, but it's not really exactly what you want. And this is how we're finding out doing this type of exercise in chemistry. But because of the machine and the autonomic process we're building, we're able to clean up bad data. We're able to distill the essence of the true parameters. We're able to go around the noise. We're going to clean up all the data there, and certainly if you have this operation, you're able to create new data that's going to be even more valuable or quality data, okay? So in the end, we want to marry hardware, large language models, AI, machine learning, access to fast computing, and perhaps this is what we can call automatic or autonomic chemistry, okay? And we have been busy. We've been publishing, we've been demonstrating the concept, we've been using it for materials research as well in order to do projects. For many years, we are doing projects on 3D printing using different types of composite materials. On the average, it will take me about a year and a half to publish a paper with complete data. But we have been using AI machine learning. The average, 6 months. We're able to publish within 6 months. Good data, good work, and that just gives you the scale that even applying machine learning and AI in science or in your research, you can make do with more or of less graduate students, okay? Maybe that's a warning. Maybe in the future we will need less PhD students. But anyway, that is how fast the discovery process is. Now, we're not going to get away with PhD students and master students. In fact, we need them. We just need to retool them. We just need to lace their training with AI machine learning. So I still believe the best jobs will be STEM field jobs. Sciences, physics, chemistry, material science, engineering, biomedical engineering, materials engineering, and so on. They're in demand. What we need to do is train them with the AI and ML domain. And I've been busy training Filipinos. This was a picture actually taken almost 15 years ago. I trained a lot of PhD students from the Philippines in my labs, in various settings, from visiting scholars to a full PhD program. Some of these faces might be familiar. Some of them are now professors, managers, laboratory managers, deans. Some of them might have been retired, but anyway, just tells you my passion. And in fact, going back to the Philippines has always been something that I like doing, whether it's as an ERDT fellow, balik scientist, fellow scientist, working with Institute of Chemistry, working with Giselle, and so on. This is something that I like doing, have been doing, and would like to do more. In many capacities, I've done this through field dev as a board of trustee, working with industries, working with different types of technopreneurship program, one that I led called The Idea. But at the same time, we work a lot with DOST in terms of training our future scientists and engineers. And this, in fact, how we started AMCEN way back when I started the training of professors and experts in 3D printing and additive manufacturing. And we've been continuously doing this with BeShared, that Dr. Paringit mentioned about investments in AI, in materials, and different types of programs with the SEI as well. So this is something we can do. And of course, I like coming back to the Philippines. So with that, I'd like to thank you and be happy to answer any questions later.
Thank you, Dr. Advincula, for your passion in keeping Filipinos at the top of their game across so many disciplines. We'd like to ask the following to come back on stage, EVP Pepe Alcantara, Dr. Gisela Concepcion, Dr. Pros Naval, and AVP Peter C. to give a plaque of appreciation to Dr. Advincula. We'd like to also welcome over 500 participants on our Zoom call. Welcome to all of you today, and thank you for joining us in this very important conference on AI. Thank you, everybody. We have some insights again on Mentimeter. Top of our word cloud here is additive manufacturing, cutting-edge computing. Good data is key. And I like this one very much. It reminds me of my students. Slayful so much. Slay po kayo, Dr. Advincula. I think that is one of the highest honors to be these days from our young people, no? Slay. I think slay po ko tayong lahat dito sa ating AI Horizons 24. Slay na slay po tayo. Napakagaling, ano? Now, moving on to our next case study na sana slay din. This is going to be presented by Dr. Franz De Leon, Director of the Advanced Science and Technology Institute of the Department of Science and Technology. Dr. De Leon is the Director of the DOST ASTI and an Associate Professor at the University of the Philippines, Diliman, where he brings over 18 years of teaching experience in electrical and electronics engineering. A graduate of the University of Southampton, his research focuses on digital signal processing, music information retrieval, and adaptive filters, contributing to numerous R&D projects. Dr. De Leon has also served as a visiting researcher in Thailand and Japan, and recently held the position of interim chair of the Asia Open RAN Academy. We look forward to your presentation, Dr. De Leon. The stage is yours.
Alright, magandang umaga po sa kanilang lahat. Good to see my idols and mentors at the University of the Philippines. So for this morning, I'm going to present some of the initiatives at the OST-ASTI. Alright, so imagine a small research team at a university with a brilliant idea to predict agricultural yields. However, they face significant challenge. One of that is that their university lacks the high-performance computing resources needed to process their data. Probably the cost of AI model development is also prohibitively high, and the access to suitable pre-trained models is limited. Now, this scenario is not unique. Actually, across the Philippines, researchers, government agencies, and small industries face similar obstacles in accessing and leveraging AI technology. Now, without the necessary infrastructure and resources, many promising AI projects struggle to take off. Now, a study shows that the Philippines has experienced a significant growth in AI-related publications from 2013 to 2022, demonstrating the increasing interest in AI research. Now, however, the low rate of international collaboration limits the global visibility and impact of Filipino AI research. In comparison, countries like Singapore benefit from high levels of collaboration, which contributes to their stronger influence on the global AI stage. Now, while the Philippines is making strides in AI research and policy development, there's a clear gap between research and practical application. So addressing this gap will require targeted investments in infrastructure and international collaboration to fully realize the potential of AI for national development. So here's where the OST ASTI comes in, right inside the University of the Philippines. So to bridge the gap between AI advancements and local readiness, the OST ASTI has embarked on a mission to democratize AI R&D. So we seek to bring advanced AI technologies and resources within reach for researchers across the Philippines, enabling them to explore innovative solutions for the nation's most pressing challenges. Now, what do we mean by democratizing AI research and development? This means making advanced AI technologies accessible, relevant, and aligned with the unique needs of the country. It's about leveling the playing field so that AI isn't just a tool for large corporations or top-tier research institutions, but a resource available to all Filipinos, regardless of their background in machine learning. Now, this can be done by several strategies. For example, number one, strengthening and modernizing S&T infrastructure. So we know that the cost for this is really high. So investing in modernizing our S&T infrastructure is a crucial pillar of our strategy. So we continuously upgrade the computational resources and maintain links to international research and education networks for the benefit of the research community. Now, second strategy is to prioritize relevant challenges. Now, we understand there's, of course, limited resources for us, so there's the need to prioritize. Now, there are pressing needs that AI can address, from disaster risk reduction and agricultural productivity to building smart and resilient communities. Now, our strategy aims to tackle these sectors by co-developing AI technologies that can be effectively and responsibly utilized. Third strategy is to promote model reusability. So we are committed to creating versatile AI models that can be adapted for various applications across sectors without the need to develop new models from scratch. So by promoting the use of pre-trained modular models, we reduce costs and technical barriers, allowing more researchers and organizations to access and leverage AI technologies. Fourth strategy is to build partnerships with domain experts and stakeholders. So to bridge the gap between research and practical application, we actively collaborate with strategic partners, including both in the government and private industry. Now, let me walk you through some of the activities that we do at ASTI, starting off with the AI for Census of Agriculture and Fisheries, or AI for CAF, which is a collaboration between the OST ASTI and the Philippine Statistics Authority. It is aimed at modernizing the country's census of agriculture and fisheries. So the program leverages synthetic aperture radar satellite imagery and artificial intelligence to automate the detection of aquaculture structures such as fish ponds, fish pens, and fish cages. So this initiative enhances the Philippines' capacity for timely and accurately monitoring of aquaculture, which plays a critical role in national food security and economic development. So through this project, AI solutions significantly reduced manual data collection efforts, paving the way for more informed policymaking and sustainable management of fisheries and other resources. Now, of course, you're all very familiar with ChatGPT and how we wish that we have something similar. Way back, nung nasa DSP pa ako, we have already been dreaming of having such kind of application. So we continue this dream back at DOST ASTI. So we now have the Itanong project. So this is our closest version to ChatGPT. So in a linguistically diverse country like the Philippines, it is vital to develop AI that can understand and process local language effectively. So as many existing large language models primarily focus on major languages such as English. So this project aims to address this gap by developing benchmark datasets for natural language processing. So for now, it's Tagalog and Cebuano, but in our proof of concept, proof of concept, it also accepts Taglish. So we contribute by making this data set available to the public as well. On smart cities, so to support the development of smarter, more connected communities, we are leveraging AI through research efforts like the intelligent yellow interval actuation system to improve traffic management and road safety. So the system uses computer vision and AI to dynamically adjust the yellow light duration at intersections, addressing the dilemma zone. So the uncertainty drivers face about whether to stop or proceed during the yellow light. So simple, pero actually, it's actually practical, di ba? Pag nag-yellow light na yung traffic light natin. So the system tracks vehicle movements and calculates the speed in real time, allowing for adaptive control of traffic lights based on actual road conditions. Now, this one is exploratory. So let's say optimizing healthcare accessibility. So we explored using GIS and machine learning to strategically plan hospital facility location. So on the slide, the pilot study was conducted on Olongapo City, Zambales. So to ensure that underserved populations have improved access to healthcare by determining the most suitable locations for new hospital facilities. So if this works for hospital, it can be extended to other basic services as well. So utilizing land use semantic segmentation, the project evaluates land suitability, providing a data-driven approach to planning new hospital locations. All right, so next we have the Robot for Optimized and Autonomous Mission Enhancement Responses, or ROMER project. This was launched in June 2021, which demonstrates the critical role of AI in protecting Philippines' agricultural sector. Now, ROMER is an unmanned ground vehicle designed to autonomously track, monitor, map, and survey banana plantations, specifically targeting areas affected by Fusarium wilt, which is a devastating plant disease that has caused millions in losses for banana farmers and exporters in the country. So by leveraging AI and autonomous navigation technologies, ROMER identifies and maps infected banana plants, providing farmers with crucial near real-time data that allows them to implement early intervention measures and mitigate the spread of the disease. Now, we have an ongoing project. It's called Automatic Labeling Machine, and with that, we also have the Decentralized Intelligent Model Exchange Repository, or DIMER. So it is a platform designed to make AI model access more equitable by allowing researchers and organizations across the Philippines to reuse and adopt AI models developed by ASTI and the community. So I assume many of you are aware with other open source platforms for AI models. So we also have developed a local equivalent for that. So by providing a centralized repository for pre-trained modular AI models, so we plan to empower smaller institutions, startups, and government agencies to leverage AI for their specific needs, fostering an inclusive and collaborative AI research environment. So this model store will save significant time and resources as users can focus on customizing AI models rather than building them from ground up. So that's accelerating AI development. So we understand the importance of capacity building activities. So recently, our team conducted a 5-day training workshop at the University of Rizal System in Danay and Morong just last September 23rd to 27. So the workshop introduced students and faculty to the fundamental concepts of AI, machine learning, and deep learning. So along with the project, we have been conducting this workshop across the country whenever there's an opportunity for us to get invited. Now, aside from doing and implementing R&D, we have been active in promoting responsible and ethical AI. So in March 2024, at the 68th session of the Commission on the Status of Women, Interactive Dialogue on Artificial Intelligence and Gender Equality, we had the opportunity to present the Philippines' ongoing efforts to harness AI in advancing gender equality. So the rapid evolution of AI presents both challenges and opportunities, and it is crucial that we ensure that women and girls can benefit from these transformative technologies while being safeguarded from the potential risks. So other engagements, last April 2024, we participated in the 6th round of the ASEAN-China Free Trade Agreement 3.0 upgrade negotiation in Singapore. So the event focused on advancing the digital economy chapter under the agreement, with particular attention to key emerging technologies such as AI, big data, and other innovations. So our representatives contributed to the discussions by sharing the insights on Philippines' position regarding AI, governance, data innovation, and ethical AI development. Now, in this event, we also had the opportunity to have exploratory meetings with AI Singapore and A-Star to set the stage for future collaborations in AI and other technologies such as blockchain and quantum computing. All right, so back in June 2024, we also participated in the ASEAN Committee on Science, Technology, and Innovation side event in Cambodia, so focusing on promoting the ethical and human-centered adoption of AI in Southeast Asia. So these engagements highlighted the Philippines' commitment to aligning its AI initiatives with global standards, ensuring that AI systems are developed with fairness, transparency, and societal benefit in mind. All right, so we have explored some of our research initiatives and our engagements across the local and international scenes in promoting ethical AI. So our motto is simple, so together we can. We cannot do this alone, so we understand the pressing need for developing more AI solutions for national development. We have seen the gaps as we have been implementing several AI projects already, and we really appreciate having this kind of fora, discussions, and interactions with the experts in the industry, so we will know how to move forward and address these gaps. So that's my quick presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
We'd like to invite back on stage Dr. Giselle Concepcion, Dr. Pros Naval, and AVP Peter C. to provide a plaque of appreciation to Dr. Franz De Leon. Thank you, Dr. De Leon, for the updates at what's going on at the DOST-ASTI. Now let's delve into the more technical side of things, if that hasn't been as technical as yet, to get a better grasp of high-performance computing, or HPC for AI. Our next speaker is Dr. Roel Ocampo, a professor of electrical and electronics engineering at the University of the Philippines Diliman College of Engineering, where he is Associate Dean for Research. He oversees a high-performance computing facility called Scalable HPCs for academic and research computing. Let's all welcome Dr. Roel Ocampo.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, perhaps I can start with a bit of background, how I got into this, at least our current work at the College of Engineering, our infrastructure that we call SHARC, Scalable HPCs for Academic and Research Computing, and why there's an S at the end of HPC, which usually stands for High Performance Computing. So why do we say HPCs? When we took office in 2022, my dean and her associate deans, my predecessor, Dr. Dinoga, actually had a few things already in motion. So he had arranged for the acquisition of our first college-wide cluster, which was donated by the UP ERDFI through several alumni and industry donors. And that's the rack on the left. So that a few weeks after we came in, this got delivered and we started installation. And it looked a bit lonely, this single rack inside that room. So I remembered I had a few computing assets as well from a previous effort called PRIME, funded by the Commission on Higher Education. So I also placed it in that room, in that data center. And I remembered, if that was true for my case, how about for other funded projects? Maybe they had projects that ended, staff that moved on and they weren't able to operate their own compute infrastructure anymore. So I went around, we scavenged for these sort of leftover computing assets. Turns out that there were a lot. And at some point, we inaugurated the facility with several clusters hosted there. So our offer was to operate and host these clusters for them. They would continue to own it, but at least we would be able to put it to good use. When the servers for the AI program of the College of Engineering also came in, then we also had to quickly prepare the facility for that. That was quite a challenge. We had to ramp up air conditioning, even rework the power supply, the electrical supply for the facility. So after about a year from one rack, we had around 14 racks of computing equipment there. So today, there are 11 clusters that we work with, either under our direct operational supervision or that at least we collaborate with throughout the college. 9 of these 11 clusters are hosted at the National Engineering Center. 2 are on the other side of the campus. And those 2 major sites are interconnected by a 100 gig backbone. High performance computing really requires perhaps the most bleeding edge of technologies as far as storage and compute and networking is concerned. And it's something that practically changes every day. It's really hard to keep up. Aside from this, we also have to manage the facility itself, everything from air conditioning to the power supply and things like that. Of course, with all of this infrastructure, the basic question is, what can you do with it? How is it useful? Can you science on it? And this brings us to what has been called the 4th paradigm of science, in addition to empirical, theoretical, and computational science, data-driven science, which really relies a lot on computation and data. So there seem to be 2 aspects to this. Number one, do your researchers, are they in a good position to sort of embrace this way of doing research or augmenting their research work through e-science? And the other half is, do you have the infrastructure for this? And as we sort of thought about this further, especially for someone like me who's really an infrastructure person, a nerd, a geek at heart, it's really easy to fall into that trap of simply thinking about infrastructure. But as we thought about it, the key really is to think about services instead of just the infrastructure. Does this translate to services for your users? So for us, although there is that infrastructure, the most important and really the focus of our strategy and mission is this interaction in red. It's about the interaction between our users and the engineers who sort of interface between the infrastructure and our users. And so we organize this team called the EASE team, which stands for E-Science as a Service in Engineering. So we constantly have to remind ourselves our job is to make e-science easy, something like that. It's a bit forced, but at least it's something worth remembering. So, something we keep in mind is it's not about the infrastructure. It's again, it's so easy to fall into that trap, but it's not about the infrastructure. It's about our clients and the work that they need to do. It's about them being able to do their job. Because of this sort of service-centric or service-focused mission, we're also a bit obsessed about monitoring. We monitor everything, and we add and add things to monitor on a daily basis. So we have this in the team's office. And then this is in my own office. I also watch the graphs. I always challenge our engineers. If something goes wrong, the first thing I ask them, what do the logs say? What do the graphs tell you? What happened before that? What led to that? Of course, eventually AI should help us with those answers as well. As an example, this chat exchange was literally from a few nights ago. There was a single GPU card that was warning us it was overheating. And this was at around 8:40 p.m. We take these messages, notifications seriously, and that resulted in this chat exchange with the team trying to debug and resolve this issue. So what has been achieved so far? Well, we'd like to think that this is a sampling. I'm sorry about the small text, but this is a sampling of what we've been able to do in one of the clusters for the first year. So it enabled some students to work with their projects, some faculty members. A typical interaction might be someone needs to do something, like for example, they need to run quantum espresso for some simulation. We sit down with them. We ask them, okay, what's your workflow? What kind of data will you be using? Is there any pre-processing? We'll look at the software. Can we compile it? Can we parallelize it? How will this be tuned? Any special flags and things like that. As we grapple with our internal users, with our internal needs, we realized that, and as we also went around the country from a previous project and from our own efforts now, we realized that there's a lot to be done. There's a lot that we need to do as a country as far as readying the infrastructure for this. So in 2019, in a previous project, I started to organize the High Performance and Computing and Networking Conference. In 2019, we had our first conference. And then last year, we were able to hold one as well, HPCN 2023. This is Doc Mao from Erie making a presentation there. We also find some users who work with individual desktops that have GPUs because that's the most affordable way to do ML and AI these days. And we help them, we engage them. Okay, do you want to cluster this so that you can run it in parallel across these several desktops that you have? We also offer training in partnership as well with ASTI on high-performance computing and Jerome. We did this in 2019. We were also able to do this in 2023. And then as an offshoot of our conference, we got to talk to PNRI, for example, Philippine Nuclear Research Institute, and asked about their computational needs. And then we offered to benchmark one of the simulations that they did, especially when they were deciding to redesign and reboot the nuclear reactor in Quezon City. So the simulation takes them around 30 hours in their facility. And then we said, okay, do you want us to run it in our facility? And so that you can decide for yourself, is there any added value going into this sort of thing? And we were able to show that, let's say at 960 cores, what used to take them 30 hours can be achieved in 1.72 hours. So, more science per minute. Okay, so a few thoughts as I conclude. There's a lot of investment that's needed if we want to scale research in AI. I haven't even discussed anything really specific about AI as it applies to high-performance computing. But adding AI into this mix adds a layer of complexity, like ML operations, parallelizing model training or inference across multiple machines, things like that, synchronizing them. So that's even more complex than it is with CPU-based computation. But in the meantime, let's help each other out. Let's do what we can. We can help you get into HPC. In fact, we've formed what we call, I understand that the term is community of practice, but I think COPE is a better term for us, so we can help cope with this challenge. So we call it communities of practice and engagement. We're working with, aside from ERI, with PGC, and a lot of other groups nationwide. We're also thinking that perhaps one model for the way forward might be we can also explore clustering our clusters, just like what we're trying to do at the College of Engineering. It's a bit of I think, a cultural thing. We will want to own our own infrastructure, but maybe we can interconnect such that we can scavenge idle capacities. When it's not needed, then it can be lent or rented out to others. And again, we keep reminding ourselves, and maybe for those who are also into infrastructure, that it's about services, and most importantly, it's about people, especially if we're going to ready the infrastructure to scale AI research. We have to think about people, not only on the research end, but also on the infrastructure end. And finally, and as we think about people, I'm also reminded of this article written by Dr. Pernia, Dr. Concepcion, about the importance of suprastructure. So it's not just about infrastructure, but the knowledge and people who operate and work with that infrastructure. And finally, I'm heartened to hear about the importance of infrastructure and capacity building as mentioned by Director Paringit. So it's really good to hear that, because in other contexts, with other agencies, unfortunately, capacity building seems to have come out of fashion. So it's still very important these days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ocampo. Great to hear from the College of Engineering. As usual, my home college. We'd like to ask back on stage Dr. Giselle Concepcion, Dr. Pros Naval, AVP Peter C., to provide a plaque of appreciation to Dr. Roel Ocampo for sharing his knowledge during AI Horizons PH 2024 at the UP BGC campus on October 25, 2024. We'd love to hear again your comments on our Mentimeter, which we will flash after our pictures have been taken. Maraming salamat po, Dr. Roel Ocampo from the UP Diliman College of Engineering. Our last speaker before our panel is Dr. Lea Bronuela Ambrosio, the Prototype Automated Visual Survey Equipment, or PAVE project leader from the National Institute of Civil Engineering at UP Diliman. Dr. Bronuela Ambrosio will be tackling the long-standing issue of transportation and the role of artificial intelligence in devising solutions to mitigate the problems with transportation. To take us on a journey is Dr. Lea Bronuela Ambrosio. Let's all welcome her.
Hello, good morning. It is an honor to be lined up as one of the speakers following sleepful speakers today. And thank you, AI Horizon, for giving PAVE Project a platform to disseminate our work. So I'm about to present the PAVE project, or the Prototype Automated Visual Survey Equipment. This project was funded by DOST and implemented by UPNCTS together with UPICE and Computer Science Department in collaboration with the DPWH Bureau of Maintenance. So with the expanding road infrastructure in the country, there is a need to innovate on how we maintain our road. One way of innovating is to implement automation of road defects. Why? Maintenance starts with detecting and identifying these defects in pavement management systems. Identification of surface defect is one way to quantify the road condition. This condition of road is used to optimize the budget, resources on the timing of application of appropriate maintenance and rehabilitation techniques. Currently, these defects are being monitored in the national roads manually by our local surveyors, meaning they are walking along the road to take note of these defects, the location, and the measurement. While most of our local government units implement reactive method, they rely on report of our citizen. Because of this data gathering, there is a high potential of being subjective in identifying these defects, as well as identifying the severity of these defects. To understand the factors that contributes this deterioration of the road were also inaccurate. So what you can see right now in your screen is an attempt to correlate the defect with the factors such as temperature and rainfall, which indicates low correlation. Actually, my hypothesis is, depending on the region, we will have different dominant defect. If the region has high temperature, for instance, we have asphalt road, we have lots of rotting. However, for those regions that have high rainfall, we can have a lot of potholes. And we can improve this prediction by improving also on how we collect this data. I believe our data can be improved by predicting the service life of our road, and we're able to promote the prolongment of the life of the roads. Other than that, since they are doing it manually, our local surveyors are exposed to extreme weather conditions and the risk of being involved to accidents. In fact, other countries all have developed this kind of equipment, but why don't we adopt them? Because of the cost of procurement and as well as the cost entailed with the maintenance. So if we need to calibrate the equipment, sometimes we still need to go to the country where it was manufactured or where it was produced in order to be calibrated. And other than that, there are issues on the feet of this developed equipment with our system. So why not we build our own? So this is the inspiration of the prototype automated visual survey equipment. We designed this equipment for our engineers, to inspect the condition of our roads and to reduce the subjectivity and safety hazard, and to increase the efficiency in data gathering, unlike the manual methods. Our prototype consists of detachable hardware that can fit pickup trucks, which is the most common model of the car that were being used in road survey. So we designed it attachable, and after that, it will collect the video footage of the road surfaces, and this video footages will be inputted to the software that we have developed, and this software will have or summarize the report. So this is how the hardware looks like. So we have cameras, and then they're directing to the road surface, and then they're collecting video at around 40 to 80 kilometers per hour. And then we're going to input that in the software. And then the software will translate this video into images, and from the images, it will detect the defects. It will group the images with defects and without defects. So with that, it has also a function wherein the road users or the user of this program can correct the identification or the missed defects. So the detection of defects are based on the Department Order 189, series of 2022. So this is how the software looks like. So you can see a box with different colors where the box indicates the type of defect. So here are some examples of good detection. So as you can see here, there is a crack detected. So it was boxed by color red. And here we have scaling and cracks. So here is a small cracks and another crack, longitudinal crack. Here is a sample of bad detection. As you can see, there are no defect, but then there are some just, it looks like a mark on the road. Here we have detected some cracks and the others are not detected. So as you can see, there are still some room for improvement in the equipment, and we're open for collaboration for the ongoing works with the development of the program. And this is how the report looks like, where the location of the defects are indicated, and as well as the code of the defects, and what type of defects it is. It has also estimated the measurement or the severity of these defects. We have validated this equipment together with the DPWH BOM, but we only did our own comparison with what was detected and what we can see in the images. So based on our validation, it is around 67 to 75 accurate in terms of detecting and identifying the road defects. So in summary, the Philippines should prioritize expanding road lengths together with the maintenance and pavement management system. And the P project designed and fabricated a prototype that can assist local surveyors in monitoring road defects. There is a need to elevate the technology readiness level of the equipment by improving its accuracy and testing, adapting it to an actual road inspection. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Brunuela Ambrosio. We'd like to ask back on stage EVP Pepe Alcantara, Dr. Giselle Concepcion, Dr. Prosaval, and AVP Peter C. to provide Dr. Brunuela Ambrosio her plaque of appreciation for sharing her knowledge during AI Horizons PH 2024 at the UP-BGC campus on October 25th, 2024. It's heartening to see that our technology can also be applied in collecting accurate data about the conditions of our roads. Thank you so much. And not to forget, looking at our Mentimeter, Filipino innovatives, women in STEM. Yes, palakpakan po natin yon. Pinoyvative. That's a new word I've never seen before. Yes, we should pave the way for our Pinoyvatives and our women in STEM. Let's pave the way, definitely, and that's one of the reasons we're here. We continue with our panel session. We expect to have an equally thought-provoking conversation among our experts in our panel discussion this morning. All our speakers from our plenary session earlier will be joining us on our panel. And to moderate the discussion, let's welcome back Dr. Rigoberto Advincula. May I also call to come back on stage Dr. Franz De Leon, Dr. Roel Acampo, Dr. Lea Brunuela Ambrosio, and Dr. Ariel Blanco will represent Dr. Marciano from the PhilSA. We're all set to begin. Dr. Advincula, you have the floor.
Okay, maraming salamat sa inyong lahat. And
Thank you.
of course, all the speakers have had the opportunity to give their thoughts more extensively, complete. And also, I'm sure the audience as well as the people online have questions. I don't know if I'll be able to read or accommodate the questions online. But of course, feel free to chat and somehow they may be answered later or passed on to me. So again, I'd like to introduce our panel members. So let's start for the benefit of those who are joining late. Maybe start with Dr. Paringit. Just say your name, your position, or your advocacy, or
Yeah. Good late morning to everyone. I'm Eric Paringit from the UST Fisheries and from UP, of course. Thank you.
Good morning. Roel Ocampo from the College of Engineering, Associate Dean for Research.
Franz De Leon from the OST ASTI.
Leah Bernuela from UPIC.
I'm Ariel Blanco, currently the Director of a Space Information Infrastructure Bureau, but I'm also a professor from the UP Department of Geodetic Engineering.
Okay. And of course, I'm Dr. Advincula from the University of Tennessee, and also a previous DOST, Balik scientist, ERDT scholars, and so on. But I'm happy that our panelists are here. Now we'll have an opportunity to ask questions, deliberate, discuss. So we've heard of the basics, perhaps, the applications, the infrastructures needed, the opportunities, the challenges for AI and machine learning in the Philippines. I think I'll start with a question by saying, what do you think is the most important contribution in your own expertise that AI and machine learning can do to advance, let's start with the Philippine economy, okay? So major broad brush on, but then we can try to go back to the science and engineering. But let's talk about the bigger picture. The Philippine economy, which consists of the GDP, which consists of services, which consists of technology, and we are challenged by our neighbors, like the ASEAN neighbors, who are implementing very fast AI and machine learning, and at the same time, we're catching up again. So in your own experience, or what you like to focus, and also as far as ground rules, let's give each an opportunity to give answers and ask questions at the same time. So if you may limit your response, not more than 2 minutes. So let's start with Dr. Paringit.
Thanks. Thank you, Gobet, for setting the tone of the conversation. Yeah. Well, there's been much. I don't want to call it hype anymore, no, because it's now through its form. It has been really revolutionizing the way we do things. But insofar as I see Philippine economy is concerned, we need to look at opportunities to improve our production, our competitiveness, and maybe resilience, no? All in one element, because I don't think that they are distinct and separate. They should be all in one. Like, for example, how do you support development of new types of crops in order for it to be disaster resilient, for example? And you need a significant level of understanding, not only understanding the science, but also technologies that should be introduced in order to address that. So if we have those kinds of answers that will truly address some of the pressing maladies that we have, and one of them is actually that key gap in productivity for example, in the manufacturing sector. That will address, for example, energy efficiency. That will address efficiency. And that will address, of course, competitiveness, so that we can, as an economy, as a whole, be able to not only thrive but also succeed, no, in the global stage, at least for the sectors that contribute to our wealth and value. Thank you.
Roel?
I think it's the opportunity to do things faster and smarter across the board. So regardless what domain or what area or field, science in the past several decades has been also dictated by what kind of facilities you have, the wet labs, if you will. Of course, they will always have their place, but the use of computation and AI gives us that opportunity to sort of leapfrog and catch up, if not actually get ahead through computation, simulation, modeling, crunching data, and things like that.
Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead, Franz, please.
Okay, so I'll latch onto what Dr. Ocampo mentioned. So accelerating science. In the context of R&D, of course, there's no guarantee that everything will work fine. But at least in the context of doing a project, program, or R&D in general, you expect to fail, but you want to fail fast so you can recover right away. So that's what AI can help with us. So if it's going to fail, at least we'll know right away and we can recover from that and provide with other solutions. Now, regarding the positive effects of AI on the Philippine economy, primary drivers are electronics, agriculture to some extent, and currently our engagements with different users, stakeholders, the desire is there for them to adapt, but the common question is how should they start? So I guess that's the first thing we get the discussion going, and then translate the discussion to actual adoption or implementation of AI-based, not just AI-based, but other Philippine-generated technologies. There are a lot of technologies being developed and has been developed already in the country, and probably they could get better assimilation of those technologies if they know which technologies exist and they can adapt further. So that's it. Thanks.
In context of payment engineering, I also agree with Dr. Ruel. The advantage of being fast in everything in terms of payment engineering. For example, the payment management system, we're always after the creation of something new. We're thinking of building. We think that building new things can elevate or can have means more money, but we're forgetting that we have also the responsibility to maintain them. So it's not only about creating something new, but also applying these things on something that we need to preserve.
In relation to the Philippine economy, maybe I would like to focus on agriculture and fisheries. Because in agriculture, we export a lot of crops, but we need to really monitor, for example, onset and start or progression of diseases, as well as the effects of, say, drought, flooding, and many other things. So the same goes with the fisheries. We have to look at illegal reclamation, oil spill, even pollution, as well as other harmful effects like from harmful algal blooms, and even the impact of, say, coral bleaching. So this can be monitored, this can be acted upon, and maybe the solutions could be made in order to limit the impacts of, say, infestation, as well as different hazardous impacts.
Good, very good. So, we would like to see a sky view, a big picture, and continuing on that thought, and any of the panelists can answer. You see, AI and machine learning did not come to us overnight. It's been going on, and whether it's located in a statistics department or a new program on data analytics, or now we're learning from the science and engineering domain, and investments on computers, fast computers. In your experience, and perhaps a message you want to translate to private companies or even the government, and we're represented here by Dr. Paringe, but at the same time, he also has to advocate these things to the national level or starting with the USD. In your estimation or in your best framework, what do you think is a key one or two investments needed right now in order to bring much impact for AI and machine learning to the Philippines? And I'm asking this not one by one, and any one of you can answer, and I'll give you 3-4 minutes to expound what you think that one or two investment will be. And I will not take this order, but anyone can start. Dr. Paringit, Eric.
Yeah, good morning. Well, if I may take a stab at it, I would say we need to invest really in human resource development because there's a significant number of Filipinos basically out there that is in need of new ways of doing things. We need to innovate as a nation. And one way to do that is actually to equip our citizens with the right tools to do certain things. Now, I'm regarding artificial intelligence as a tool rather than just the science of it. So the more that we diffuse this kind of technology to the very least of our citizens in whatever capacity they have, I think the more that they could gain from it. The reason why ChatGPT is so ubiquitous is that it's so accessible. What if you provide this kind of technology to every aspect and to every application that is in needing of enhancement of their processes, of their analytical tools, of their actions, of their decision making? It's like your AI in your pocket so that you can make all sorts of decision making. Whether you're a researcher, I was trying to formulate it in my head that you need AI tools to do research, you need AI tools to do innovation, you need AI tools to maybe make business decisions, and in every step of the way, it has to have that kind of accessibility in order for you to achieve the kind of impact that we want. And these are addressing different aspects. We were talking earlier about the different levels of AI sophistication, maybe depending also on the knowledge base where it's eating up data. And we need to recognize also that there's a tier of AI capabilities that should be made available for different domains and for different applications. And so I say that's a dream that we need to aspire for. We need to have a Filipino AI tool that's that's relatable to any one hat that's being worn by every citizen in the country. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Eric. So in many ways, the point is the tools are there, the advances on software, computing, or accessibility to ChatGPT, but we just need more people.
Yes.
We just need more experts, homegrown experts. And perhaps we need to inject it early in the curriculum when we train future scientists and engineers. You want to say something?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Even though my presentation earlier was about people and services, let me make a pitch anyway about infrastructure because it's so important. We were in discussions several days ago with someone from NVIDIA, which we know is practically the top company as far as AR hardware is concerned. And we were asking, what would it take for your CEO to also visit us in the Philippines? Well, he said, before their CEO agreed to visit Vietnam, it took a visit from the Prime Minister kept on knocking on their doors at the company headquarters to sort of come to Vietnam. And then maybe half jokingly, the same person said, it would take a really serious investment or signal from the Philippines, like, for example, a business investing in a 128-node cluster for you to be taken seriously if they're being honest. So going back to our more domestic situation, at the College of Engineering, we have 3 powerful AI servers, just 3. And on those 3, I think I'm not one of those researchers, but people like Pros, Roella Chensa, they've been, producing really good stuff out of it, aside from the work that Pros might have described already. Roella Chensa's master's advisee, his algorithm is on the blog of NVIDIA. It's been integrated in a robot that's now in the International Space Station. So that's a master's thesis work. And that's, some of the stuff that you can do with 3 machines. What more if we have really serious investment in infrastructure? So that's also what we need. We need the people, but we also need the infrastructure, and we need to invest seriously in that.
So, agree with both, of course. Human capacity development, people, infrastructure, of course, very important. Regarding capacity building, so when do we start? Is it at the tertiary level? Should be from the beginning. The interest in science, our competency, aptitude in technical, like math, of course, physics, etc. If it's just at the university level, it might be too late. So we want to generate more interest. So we want to engage the youth, not just to be users of AI, but to actually part of it, whether contributing data or even developing certain applications, making the tools accessible for them. So children nowadays, I'm really amazed about their intellect, their easy grasp of technology. So I'm sure if we could do something, some intervention to really engage them right from the start, not just leading to AI, but of course leading to science-based decisions, then that would be good.
I agree totally with you, Franz. The question is, when do you invest on AI with human resources, how early? In fact, every summer, I host a lot of undergraduates in my lab. And the more I find them being equipped with coding, Python scripting, ability to work with Arduino, Raspberry, the more chemistry I teach them, the more science domain I tell them that, you interface a robot with an experiment that I'm doing in a flask, the more it amazes them that these things or skills they learned in high school actually has applications in the science and engineering domain, especially when they go as an undergrad. So you can never really train them very early in AI and ML. And I will dare, and I miss Secretary Angara's talk on his part, but I really believe if we're going to make a dent and maybe even take advantage of the Philippine population or overpopulation, is try to equip, even at the high school level, a bit of Python programming and a lot of statistics, or going back to statistics, which is lacking in even a lot of Western schools. So again, going with this trend, let's give the other panelists opportunities.
I would like to share about the COPIL project, or the National Copernicus Capacity Support Action Program for the Philippines. So this is a project funded by the European Union and implemented or co-implemented by the DOST, PhilSA, and the European Space Agency. This basically encompasses or covers the infrastructure support. So we have the Copernicus Mirror site, which will be operational maybe in the next month. And then we also have the monitoring services, which are being developed, co-developed with different agencies, including the DNR, including UP, including the DOST as well, particularly PHIVOX. These monitoring services will hasten or make available the land cover data sets, as well as benthic habitat data sets, and many other layers on a very timely manner. Maybe instead of 5 years that we have now for land cover, it will be every year. There will be active monitoring of deformations, ground monitoring of different, ground deformation, as well as impacts on the marine environment, particularly the habitats as well as the bleaching. And then there's also capacity building that we are also kicking off next month with the capacity building for the partner agencies who will implement these monitoring services. There is also capacity building at the local level, subnational, particularly for the provincial as well as the local government units, on how to use the data sets that will be utilized or produced by the monitoring services. And as we speak, we are planning to expand the monitoring services beyond the 3 pilot monitoring services. And this what actually will place the Philippines as a particular like a hub of the Southeast Asian region, as monitoring services, as the data that will be contained by the mirror site will be further expanded to cover not only Philippines but also Thailand and Indonesia and maybe other Southeast Asian countries in the near future. There are also talks about expanding this further with the digital economy package. This will be a further support to the DOST, to PhilSA, and even the ICT and DNR in building the capacity for Earth observation utilization, utilizing AI and machine learning.
Okay, so let's throw the floor to Jimbo a bit. Maybe we have some questions online.
Yes, Dr. Vincula, we have a question on the screen behind you, and I'll just read it for your benefit.
Okay.
Most of the AI technologies we are aware of are coming from the West, OpenAI, MS. How can we also tap AI coming from China, where they have shown well-advanced applications? From Ricky Peña of UP ERD. Anyone would like to take that?
Interesting question. So anyone in the panel would care to differentiate AI from
May geopolitical implications po ang
China
sagot
versus
ninyo,
the
kaya
US? Okay.
we are eager to hear.
TikTok versus YouTube short? Okay.
Maybe I can share some
Yes.
ongoing project with it's through the UNSCAP, and it's basically in partnership with China on crop bio. So utilizing hyperspectral imaging as well as hyperspectral measurement on the ground. But this will utilize, in a way, AI as well in order to look at conditions on the ground for crops and classify and map the different crop varieties. So for example, if you have different varieties for rice or even for corn, it can can be tackled as a way to do.
I think I'd like to answer that, Jimbo, myself. Being based in the U.S. and aware of things going on there, I mean, the same tools we are using, we could be using, the same tools will be used by China, PRC. It's really more of who will have access to the best technology at the right price, at the right entry point. And in fact, you would have heard the CHIPS Act in the U.S., you know, the threat of semiconductor manufacturing. Geopolitically, what's happening in Taiwan and what are some of the implications of that. And I would dare say that it is really a race against who will have access to the best technology, software and hardware. And here in the Philippines, we really just have to get the best access to technology as fast as we can and as smartly and maybe even cost effectively. So I like the comment by Roel about investing on infrastructure, on making somebody could invest, company could invest $100-200 million worth of computing power and retail it in the Philippines. That is, let's say, a massive investment coming from NVIDIA. I bet that technology might not end up in China, but it can end up here because geopolitically we're aligned. So in terms of this geopolitical question, it's really a matter of who gets there first and at the right price. Jimbo, do you have another question?
Our floor is open for questions. We have a question from
Okay, from the audience naman. Yes. Yes.
So I attended an International Science Council meeting because I represent the NRCP in one of the advisory councils. And the mainland China representative presented their website on National Space Administration. And it is focused on agriculture like was mentioned by our from Philsa, and I had told Dr. Joel Marciano about it, and it's open source. So data from China on agriculture and fisheries would be more applicable to the Philippines, and it's open. It's open to everyone in the ISC member countries, including United States. So I was just wondering whether we have this policy to try to get extract that kind of data, or try to get that kind of data for our own, farmlands or marine fisheries. But they have the data available that would be useful to us. Thank you.
Want to say something about that?
Yeah. Definitely, China has a lot of capability in space, science, and technology. They have a lot of satellites. No? And we will have to check, for example, those freely available data sets, because so far many are usually will have to be carried through some memorandum of agreement. China is actually establishing the ACSAC or CASAC. No? So ASEAN China Remote Sensing Application Center, but we have to discuss. We have discussed it with different agencies, and maybe Philippines is not really because of the geopolitical tensions as well as the conflict or some disagreement with China. Then Philippines will not be might not join that center. So it will not be called ASEAN, China's Remote Sensing Center, but we can still pursue some bilateral collaboration with China. At the moment, we do not have, I think, some concrete programs, but we are exploring. We are also sending, participants to the equivalent forum organized by China in relation to the dialogue of space agencies in the region. But we actively participate, of course, in the APR staff or the Asia Pacific.
We have one more question.
Yes.
Hi, good morning. Gabriel Galang of Manila Bulletin. This question is for Sir Paringit. How can AI help address power fluctuations, and could it prevent or reduce power outages brought by the inclement weather such as the one we have right now? And have you talked with, say, the NGCP about possible partnerships for AI? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Insofar as the AI applications to power and grid management is concerned, this is actually a current topic of research being done by researchers in power engineering, coupled with computer science. There had been some, actually there's been a startup that did power grid management for a small area for purposes of how do you call this? Energy distribution, no? And through the SPAG. No? And one of the beauties basically of applying AI into these applications that you are able to actually also manage power distribution discharge of power generation coming from the grid. And of course, they're already cooperating with our colleagues from the Department of Energy, as well as with the electricity cooperatives in the country in the distribution part. Insofar as addressing particularly our power outages caused by hazards, this is a matter also of quickly identifying where the outages occurred and the cause of it, and this is tightly monitored, of course, by our NGCP. But we'd also like to look at possibly the role of artificial intelligence in determining risks related to it, for example, and assessing the possible outages that could occur as a possible outcome of an impending storm rather than when it actually happens. No? So the prospect is that we should have capabilities for anticipating possible problems, not only in power, no, but all for the other utilities, maybe even for water. So that's a subject of a current discussion. In fact, DOE and DOST are coming up with an AI forum on power and energy applications. I think this is slated last quarter of the year in order to scope, in order to assess our current capabilities as well as to identify possible research topics. So this is a good area also of development for our, sector experts in engineering as well as in artificial intelligence. So we hope that they can combine their powers in order to make this happen. Yeah. Thank you.
No, thank you so much, Dr. Paringit. And unfortunately, we have to move on. There's not enough time for everything we want to do today. The subject of data was what I wanted to emphasize actually on the last round. Data is oil. Oil is data. And that means patrimony. That means whoever owns that data, quality data, will make good decisions, best decisions, business decisions, lucrative decisions. So just remember, AI and machine learning is connected to data. Okay? So with that, I'd like to thank our panelists. I'd like to thank our speakers this morning, and thank you so much.
Thank you to our moderator as well. Now let's dive into one of the most exciting topics shaping our future. Our next speaker is here to share insights on how AI is not just transforming industries, but also driving national progress. Please joining me in welcoming back the President of the University of the Philippines, Attorney Angelo A. Jimenez, as he explores the vital role of AI in national development.
Once again, maayong buntag sa atong tanan. I've been asked to speak about vision for AI, and I'm looking at the room. I probably know least about AI in this room. And second, I don't make speeches. I just talk to people. But I would like to start, hopefully, with Elon Musk and end up with Mr. Wang of NVIDIA. Jensen Wang. Yeah, I speak to him like he was my classmate in grade school. But at any rate, and in between, I would like to do the prepared speech of Dr. Gisela Concepcion. Once again, magandang umaga po. I once heard of a video interview of a MMA reporter or pundit named Joe Rogan. He was interviewing Elon Musk. And one thing struck me. Elon Musk said, we are today already cybernetic organisms. We are cyborgs because of the propinquity and ready availability of smartphones. The smartphones today is more powerful than computers of many decades ago. That's an understatement. And today what we have is a Homo sapien enhanced cognitively by technology. Just imagine your smartphones. The kind of information you can retrieve, it's a university. The kind of numbers you can compute with it. It has fully enhanced our cognitive capacities. But not only that, we can do a lot of work. It has as well enhanced our capacity for work. This is what I believe a civilizational shift. We are creating today a different world culture. Culture defined again by Arnold Toynbee, I mentioned earlier my favorite historian, as simply recurrent patterns of human interaction. The way we live today is completely different from the way our fathers lived, and I expect this. Our children will live a different life than us today. I said this yesterday, I'm repeating it today. And so, in 2016, I was informed that Project NOAA will be orphaned. It will not be continued by the government. Immediately, me and then newly elected President Danny Concepcion said, sir, we have over 100 trained scientists in Project NOAA, National Operational Assessment of Hazards. If we do not adapt them, they will be recruited by some others, they will be dispersed, and gains created by NOAA would be gone, or at least not in the way they will change. And so we adapted WOA and put it under the currently UP Resilience Institute. And this is what I told Mahar. Mahar, we're adapting you because we have a mission, and that is to build a scientific infrastructure throughout Philippine society. And what do I mean by infrastructure? I'm talking about the mind. And being a lawyer, an unscientific person, I said, you know, Mahar, for me, the moment a Filipino would leave his house and check the weather because he wants to decide whether to bring an umbrella or not, somehow science has seeped in. The moment the farmers would check the weather again before they go out to plant, somehow science has seeped in. For me, scientific infrastructure is an infrastructure in the mind. I remember when I was a little boy, I used to read the Scientific American, where my cousin would do a lot of invention, and there would be kits inside it. That is what I want. But that was 40 years, more than 40 years ago. Today, I didn't expect to be the president of the University of the Philippines, and I did expect to have this great opportunity to somehow push the scientific agenda in the country today. I'm sure that the last few days, the discussions has grabbed your attention. But I'm telling you this, we're just starting. This is just the opening salvo. The discussions you had remind us of the profound responsibility we carry as members of, especially to the UP community who are here with us today. I'm sorry if I sound UP-centric. We are stewards of knowledge and innovation for the nation. AI is more than just a tool, as it was mentioned. It embodies our vision and mission to uplift the lives of Filipinos. And this, I must remind UP all the time. Particularly those in underserved and marginalized communities across our archipelago. Our goal is to ensure that technology translates into meaningful action, addressing the basic needs and services of our fellow Filipinos. And that is why, in the vision that we crafted right after I took office, I just wanted to focus on one goal. The goal of the University of the Philippines is to produce good citizens and leaders. Mga mabubuting mamamayan at leader. Ganun lang kami kasimple. Today, I want to share our commitment to social innovation through AI. A commitment aimed at making significant strides in national development and uplifting the lives of Filipinos, particularly those in underserved and marginalized community in far-flung regions. I have to repeat that. We are not just here to discuss AI. We aim to translate these discussions into a clear action plan that addresses the fundamental needs and services of our people. This first AI conference marks the beginning of a collaborative effort with follow-up discussions with stakeholders that will ensure our initiatives extend beyond today. Our national developments must prioritize 4 key areas, as was mentioned in these 2-day discussions. Food security, education and governance, materials and energy, as we just have witnessed today, and health and wellness, as we will after lunch. Each of these areas is interconnected. Improving our food supply and quality directly influences the nutritional, physical, and mental health of our children, youth, and adults. Reducing malnutrition and improving overall well-being. By addressing these issues, we not only enhance health outcomes, but also foster a more mentally alert and responsive workforce, enabling us to embrace the latest technologies foundational to our growth, including digital innovation, data science, deep learning, and AI technologies, as well as cross-cutting materials and energy technologies. As we embark on this journey, let us remember that it's always a question of leadership. As national artist for literature, Nick Joaquin once said, "We go where our nation's leaders leads us." You are those leaders today. Therefore, we must approach governance with integrity and honor, which brings me to my second point, honor. In UP and throughout academia, honor is our guiding principle. It is built upon a foundation of truth and integrity. In a country known for its record number of text messages, we must ask ourselves, what is the content of these messages? Are they filled with truths, half-truths, or outright falsehoods? At UP, we seek and create new knowledge through rigorous research and creative work. I am committed to ensuring that our research and development translate into meaningful innovations with both social and commercial impact, pushing for sustainable social and commercial innovation with a social return on investment, as well as, of course, cash return on investments. Anong gamit ng nasa laboratorio natin kung hindi lumabas sa ating pamantasan, sa ating mga laboratorio, at magsisimula ng makatulong sa ating mga mamayan? That is our ultimate boss. We possess here a wealth of high-quality data in our priority fields, gathered through dedicated and rigorous research. For instance, think about UP's valuable agricultural data from UPLB, UP Visayas, and even UP Mindanao. They're listening in right now. We continue to generate, compile, and analyze good data to feed our deep learning and AI systems, ensuring we avoid the pitfalls of bad data. You know, garbage in, garbage out. I have a friend actually named that. His name is Jigo. Jigo Alampay, sorry. Our paramount concern is the ethics of AI, emphasizing truthful data and equitable use of powerful technologies. UP has already conducted 100 talks on ethics across various disciplines, all available free on TVUP's. We have 4 congressional franchise. TVUP's YouTube channel. Is Dr. Gigi Alfonso still here? Yeah, that's Grace Alfonso. Moreover, we have crafted UP's AI policy and invited all our partners in academia, governments, and industry to join us into this vital conversation. Finally, let's discuss excellence. I humbly assert that UP houses the highest concentration of AI expert faculty and students in the nation today. But I would like to be disproved, though. For over 2 decades, we have engaged in research in computational science, data science, deep learning, and AI. I can still echo in my ears the words of the late Dean Perry Ong. Perry, I did what I'm promising you. I hope you're happy in heaven. Our work is evident in UP Diliman's Department of Computer Science, College of Engineering, School of Statistics, and National Institute of Physics. Our enrollment in master's and PhD program continues to grow. It's a good sign. And the caliber of our professors do with students is showcased in the research highlights in this conference. Pero patikim pa lang po yun. Imagine the possibilities when we join forces with you, our partners in government and industry. As Mr. AI, Dr. Pros Nabal, has proposed, our faculty and students stand ready to address your specific needs, solve your challenges, and contribute to the generation of new data through collaborative research. Our data science and AI scientists and engineers would then compile, curate, analyze, and synthesize new data to feed into algorithm systems, megadata, deep learning and AI systems, even drones and robots. At UP, we are adopting a new paradigm of research that encourages collaborative efforts between experimental and AI research. We embrace the strategy of the world's leading institution, which I just visited a few months ago, Mens et Manos, to work with the mind and the hands. And let me add, with the heart as well. Let us remember the words of my very good friend, UPERDFI, ERDFI, Executive Director Alfonso Tito Aliga. Is Tito here? Tito. Let artificial intelligence improve our natural human intelligence in leaps and bounds. Together, we resolve to harness the transformative power of AI to provide constructive solutions to the challenges we face. Let us act as one with AI in the service of our nation, charting new paths towards advancement and prosperity. But before this, I am very encouraged today by the presence of many of our top scientists who has traveled the world, gained a lot of expertise, and are coming back. I see Gobet Advincula here. I've heard so many things from Gobet. And I want most of them. The only problem I have right now is how to afford him. But I was somehow able to inveigle the current head of the Philippine Genome Center to come back to the Philippines. She comes from, I believe, the world's Quest Analytics, the world's biggest reference private outfit for analyzing genomics. And he just told me a few minutes ago that they were able to do it by being able to achieve scale kasi napakabahal po ng genomics. Right now, we face a problem, at least in the university. I wanted to recruit top scientists in the world, no matter how much they cost. We'll just simply have to find a way. But our constitution prohibits foreigners from teaching in the university. But we are doing one thing, the next best thing. Right now, together with Regent and Congressman Mark Go, we're fighting for the right of dual citizens to teach and be tenured as permanent employees at the university. And I just made a benchmarking tour of the United States right now, and I met some outstanding talents that are so emotionally still attached to the Philippines. They want to help. We need to bring them back, and we have technology today. We no longer have to bring them physically, but we need to bring them home. And so I thank you, Dr. Lakbawan, for answering the call. I promise you the budget you want. Let me just tell you something, 3 things. I said this already in the university. We want to preside over a golden age of research and innovation. Angat po ang research. Next year, I will present a budget to Congress that will be definitely a research budget. Bigyan ko lang po kayo ng konting sample. Hindi ko po alam kung makukuha ito lahat. We are going into genome PH, di ba ma'am? We intend to sequence the genes of 25,000 Filipinos at a cost of 100 million a year. And to combine it with, it's both a patrimony type of things. We want to know the genetic composition of the Filipino race. Meron bang Filipino? But not only that. Over and above these numbers, we want to sequence the genes of 5,000 healthy Filipinos and 5,000 who are not so healthy. Because we want to introduce precision medicine. Dr. Kanyal is here from UP Manila. She knows about these things. She'll probably explain some of the things with you. But not only that, we are going into genetics. Plant genetics, animal genetics, human genetics. And we will use this budget for this to power many other skills and knowledge that we can gather from this. It will be a legacy project. Lately, we have just signed an agreement with Monash University of Australia to introduce forensics medicine. And it happened to align with the priorities of the national government, because to have forensics medicine will enhance our profile in the global human rights community. I realized, I was told by Dr. Fortun, that it's so difficult to commit a perfect murder. Because science can determine kung ang cause of that death ba ay nanlaban. Huwag na nating i-proceed yun. Pero binigyan po ako ng kalahating bilyon na budget request. Hindi ko alam kung paano ko papalusot. But I think former Secretary of DTI, Fred Pascual, and former President is here. Makakatulong po yan. Pero sir, I will not preempt, kasi former President who is back with UP helping us today will be helping us in our key plans. But ito lang po, I said this before, napakagaling po ng mga scientists natin, hindi lang po na sa UP, no? Pero sabi ko, how can we make science sexy? Pero hindi ko na ulitin yung joke ko sa table. Gusto ko po magsimula tayo sa mga kabataan. Na-mention na ni Dr. Solis, no, preschool, magko-coding. No? But I challenge right now, at least the UP who are here, no, and those who might wish to cooperate, to promote interest in AI among our young people. If you can come out with an idea for involving AI competitions, solving real problems of communities in our nation through AI, give me a concept paper for a competition for high schools. It doesn't have to be just purely UP. And I will prepare the system for resourcing it, including attractive prices for that. Because we need to attract our people to something today. Our generation of young people are looking for something. They're searching for something. I can sense it at the university. So isa sana yun na gusto kong maging output ngayon, but you don't have to do it now. No? Maybe after lunch. So I would like to, alam po ni former President Fred Pascual, no, na, and I realized totoo pala talaga doon, isa lang naman ang trabaho ng UP President, maghanap ng pera. But I am still hoping, because there's one thing I realize, money is not the problem. Go anywhere in the world, money is not the problem. The greatest poverty is poverty of ideas. Because good money is always looking for great ideas. But for these ideas, since you will be our first attempt to really use AI and make it seep into the national consciousness, ito yung ginagawa natin sa UP. I'm not preempting our academics, although I am the chief academic officer. I would like to study the possibility of making AI a GE course. AI should not be a niche field, should not be just a field for brilliant people like you are here today. It should be made available to everyone, even subconsciously. Pero ito yung GE na gusto ko sana team teaching. AI and music, AI and sculpture and painting, AI with history, aside from AI with chemistry, no? Antindihan na natin yon. Because what we want is to create an integrative mindset. And this is the only way to proceed today. But I know that we will be facing difficult challenge. But today, our strategic aim is to network. And I will make this clear, this strategic intent very clearly. We want to create a community, and that is you, who will advance AI or in a service of the nation. So let me end by sharing to you what Jensen Huang told the new crop of students at Stanford today. He didn't start very rich, but he was dreaming of a metaverse. And he realized that the compute power is simply too expensive for any one corporation, even in the world today. It is so expensive, he didn't know how to fund his, what do you call that, GPU, sa NVIDIA. And he realized he can fund it through gaming. But gaming was not his interest. His vision was to create that metaverse. And no one has really defined metaverse. I'm not going to define it, but just imagine this for a lawyer. It is this massively scaled, interconnected digital universes that has persistence, that has a sense of reality. And almost, they say 20% of our lives today are spent in the metaverse. But to do that, when he was asked, what do you wish for students in Stanford who wants to follow his path? He said simply this: I want you more pain and suffering, and this is what I wish for you today, because you will go through it. That pain and suffering will be our salvation. Daghang salamat, Baig Buntag.
Thank you so much, President Jimenez, for your truly inspiring words. And we'd like to acknowledge former UP President Alfredo E. Pascual, who is here today, and congratulate him on being awarded by the Joint Foreign Chambers of Commerce of the Philippines the Arrancada Lifetime Achievement Award presented to him yesterday. Dr. Pascual, very honored to have you with us. President Pascual, thank you so much. Maraming salamat po for attending this morning's presentations. Thank you.
Our host this afternoon, Ms. Ritzy Villarico Ronquillo.
Good afternoon. Ako po si Ritzy Villarico Ronquillo. I'm with the UP Strategic Communication Group, and ako po inyong magiging host this afternoon. So, for our first plenary session in this conference, we will be tackling AI in health and wellness to explore the transformative potential of artificial intelligence across mental, physical, and socio-cultural dimensions of health. And as we navigate the complexities of modern health challenges, AI emerges as a powerful tool for enhancing our understanding and management of well-being. Let's look at something here, something special prepared for us by TVUP. Meron po tayong video. Let's roll it, please.
If health is wealth, then AI is helping us get richer. From improving clinical care to empowering personal health monitoring, AI-driven solutions are taking part in changing the way we get and stay healthy. AI has found itself into different aspects of health and wellness. From molecular diagnostics and genetics to radiology and orthopedics and even mental wellness, AI is revolutionizing healthcare services in ways we can never imagine. AI's role in the Philippine healthcare system continues to grow as medical services are pushed to be better and more accessible to the Filipino public.
There you have it po. It's a good intro to what we're going to discuss this afternoon. And so, here to deliver a keynote address on how AI is reshaping and how we approach health and wellness is the Undersecretary for Public Health Services Cluster of the Department of Health, USEC Glenn Matthew Bagao. USEC Bagao, you will be joining us on Zoom. So, the room is yours, sir.
Good afternoon to each and everyone. My name is Angelo Caragdag. I'm the Development Management Officer for the Executive Assistant of Undersecretary Bagao. I'll be delivering his speech. USEC Bagao would like to extend his sincere apologies that he may not be joining to this activity. So I'll start up. These AI-driven tools can provide early detection, personalized treatment recommendations, and real-time monitoring and prevent unnecessary fatalities. In mental health, we face another critical challenge, especially in the public sector. The Philippines ranks among the top countries in the Southeast Asia with the highest prevalence of depression, anxiety, and other mental health disorders, affecting approximately 3.3 million Filipinos, according to the National Center for Mental Health, ADUH Retained Hospital. Here, at AI applications such as predictive algorithms, mental health chatbots, and telepsychiatry platforms are emerging as accessible tools that can offer to people facing mental health challenges. These technologies not only help bridge the gap in access to mental health services, but also help reduce stigma around mental health issues in the Philippines by making services more private and accessible. In the socio-cultural realm, AI's potential in health and wellness is even more profound. Consider that Filipino and the needs of overseas Filipino workers, around 10 million OFWs around the world. AI-driven telemedicine platforms can provide health support to Filipinos abroad, offering continuity of care regardless of location. These platforms can also connect patients in remote areas in the Philippines as long as there's internet connection. For medical specialists to connect with patients in urban centers, breaking down the geographical barriers that have long limited healthcare access in our archipelagic nation. In fact, data from the Philippine Statistics Authority highlights that around 35% of Filipinos live within 30-minute distance to the nearest health facility. Usually, these are super health centers, rural health centers, and other private health facilities. Through AI-powered mobile health units and telemedicine, we have the opportunity to bring medical expertise directly to underserved communities, thereby promoting equitable access to healthcare services. But let us not forget that this AI is great. We must be vigilant in addressing issues such as privacy, data security, ethical AI usage for our patients. With each innovation, we must ensure that data protection measures comply with both local and global standards, such as the Data Privacy Act of 2012. Trustworthiness and transparency will be one of the top priorities of digital health transformation, which we envision that Filipino public can embrace these technologies with confidence. In closing, the future of health and wellness in the Philippines looks bright with AI as part of as our partner. As we look forward to a new era of AI-powered health solutions, let us continue to work together, both in the government, academic, industry, and other healthcare providers, to build a healthier and more inclusive Philippines towards a bagong Pilipinas. The journey to health equity is long, but with AI, may we envision to have a powerful tool to bring quality healthcare closer to every Filipino, regardless of their location or socioeconomic status. That ends the speech of Undersecretary Bagao. Thank you so much po.
Thank you very much. We had the privilege pala, actually, of listening to Angelo Caragdag, the Management Officer of DOH, who gave the talk representing DOH USEC Glenn Matthew Bagao. So a big hand for Mr. Angelo Caragdag, please. Our next part is also a keynote address. An innovator in the Philippine medical landscape with significant contributions in the field of clinical epidemiology. He is a professor emeritus of the University of the Philippines, Manila's College of Medicine and an academician of the National Academy of Science and Technology. And here to talk about AI-assisted universal health care and PhilHealth medical care electronic records, please join me in giving a warm welcome to Dr. Antonio Miguel L. Dance.
So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the organizers for the honor of having me speak to you this morning, this afternoon. I'm supposed to give an overview on artificial intelligence in health, but I'll be focusing on a specific aspect of health dealing with medical decision making. The outline of my talk, I'll talk briefly an overview of the realms of artificial intelligence in healthcare, and then talk about how we push it through research by giving a framework for research on AI in medical decision making. I'll give an example of a study we did in a rural and remote area in the Philippines, and then move on to moving forward. So, starting with the realms of artificial intelligence in healthcare. So healthcare is mainly about diagnosis and management. And most of our AI applications deal with support for diagnosis, whether it's genomics or imaging, and management, whether it's surgery, choice of medicines. The three strong areas I've seen in the search for literature a few days ago was in analysis of imaging, CT scans, MRIs, X-rays, risk prediction in real life with learning. So estimating the risk of patients for events as they come in, and decision support, helping physicians, nurses, midwives make decisions on behalf of patients. There are also administrative issues such as data processing for pandemic identification and monitoring, for monitoring health finances, and also patient assistance, helping them make appointments, decide when they need to go to the emergency room or not. Whatever realm of AI or investigation, the question you'll always come up with is, what's the evidence that we should apply this particular technology you're advocating? So we go to part 2 of my talk, a framework for research. I'm going to show you the 3 most common research questions in clinical decision making, especially in artificial intelligence. They're questions on diagnosis. Does the patient have this disease or not? Prognosis. What's going to happen to this patient in the future? And effectiveness, what can we do to change the prognosis of that disease? Whatever research question we ask, there are 3 essential components, which I'm sure many of you have studied already. What's the population you're studying? That's P. What's the exposure or AI technology you're evaluating? And what's the outcome that you are targeting? For diagnosis, for example, the syntax would be in patients with a condition P, how accurate is the test E in diagnosing disease O? For example, among diabetic patients, how accurate is AI evaluation of retinal photographs in diagnosing diabetic retinopathy? So, link's not working, but there's an actual study on this. For prognosis in patients with a particular condition, how accurate is AI in predicting the outcome? A recent study evaluated among diabetic patients, how accurate is AI in patient assessment to predict dementia in the next 5 or 10 years? And for effectiveness questions in patients with a particular condition, how effective is the AI technology? And there's an E2, a control group, in preventing events in the future. Here's a recent study among patients for surgery under general anesthesia. How effective is a chatbot compared to a nurse in reducing perioperative anxiety? So the appraisal rules for evaluating studies on diagnosis, prognosis, and effectiveness for artificial intelligence are no different from whether we're evaluating simple tests or treatments. and whether you're evaluating artificial intelligence. What differs will be the reporting standards. So for the population, describe the context, describe study population, describe the users. For example, what's the clinical setting? Is it rural or urban, highly advanced or delayed settings? And what specifically is the problem that you're trying to solve? The population should be described. What are the patients being subjected to this study? And who's going to be using this AI? Will it be doctors, nurses, midwives, or patients? For the AI technology, we need to describe the algorithm being used and the version of that algorithm. We need to describe the input required and the output that's expected from these algorithms. We also need to describe areas where there is AI-human interaction. These first two fields, the P and the E, help us duplicate the technology that's being presented. One study is not enough. People have to show it works in other areas. In trials, when you're evaluating effectiveness, you need control groups and you need to describe what's the usual care before the AI came. And what does that AI add? So a usual design will be AI plus usual care versus usual care alone. And then most important, the outcomes. There will be surrogate outcomes, just intermediate measures. For example, was the AI technology acceptable? Is it feasible? What were the failure rates when it failed to operate? And even when it succeeded, what were the error rates? But ultimately, we need to show clinical outcomes. And this is where we fail a lot. Patients, we need to show, need to be better off. They need to feel better or live longer. Or even when the outcome is unchanged, they don't feel better, they don't live longer, but we must show we can achieve the same outcomes at lower cost or at lower effort, so higher efficiency. So I'm now going to move to an example, which is part 3 of my talk. It's a study we did on a decision support tool for barangay health workers. The clinical context is, well, barangay health workers can be physician extenders, but they are not trained. They are usually political appointees by the mayor. Study population is a rural area, Samal, Bataan, and a remote area in Bulusan, Sorsogon. The users were healthcare workers, but mostly the barangay health workers. The input data was a diagnosis or a symptom of a particular patient. The algorithm used was from up-to-date software, and the output was patient education material that they could use. So in lay's language, and this would augment what physicians do. Now, physicians rarely have time to explain, but this is something barangay health workers can do, help explain. AI-human interaction is tremendous here, and I'll show you. This is a hierarchy of information services that need to be processed to come up with decision support. So at the bottom would be original studies, a single publication on a specific question. I'll do an example for what's the best treatment for COVID. If you did a search for that to help in your decision, you're going, and I did this a few weeks ago, you're going to find 5,000 trials on COVID-19. And you're going to evaluate each one. Here are some examples: nirmatrelvir for vaccinated and unvaccinated adult outpatients, effect of ivermectin, and others. So that's really difficult. So there needs to be a second intervention, processing these original studies by coming up with systematic reviews. So systematic reviews review several original studies and summarize the results. So example would be a meta-analysis. When I searched for that a few weeks ago, I found 1,100 summaries. Napakarami pa rin, no? And here are some of those studies: hydroxychloroquine, nirmatrelvir, and ivermectin. We had put so much hope on meta-analysis would translate to medical decision making, but it's still a lot. So going through original studies is like drinking from a fire hose. You're gonna die. But going through systematic reviews is not a lot better. No? You can still drown. So a third level would be to come up with summaries or guidelines. No? It combines several reviews to come up with the bottom line. How should you manage a particular patient? So when we looked at practice guidelines for COVID-19, ang dami pa rin, 540 guidelines. So still a lot to process, and here are some examples. So while it's now sips of water, still a lot of glasses to drink from. But there are now simpler representations of guidelines through decision support tools, and this is what we evaluated in our study. We published in BMJ Open Quality, Feasibility, Acceptability, and Impact of a Clinical Decision Support Tool among primary care providers in an urban, rural, and remote area in the Philippines. So we went to Bulusan, for example, taught the barangay health workers how to use up-to-date and how to come up with educational material for their patients. No? And we found out that it was acceptable to them and the information was useful. Shameless plug here. So I now work for the Health Equity Research Foundation of St. Luke's. We give grants for research that address inequities in healthcare. So if your AI technology helps address these inequities, St. Luke's offers funding for 10 studies every year. You can visit our website at here.stlukes.com.ph. This was my retirement plan. Moving forward, for the study, there was no control group, but we intend to move forward. We need a control group. Our outcome was just surrogate, acceptability, and feasibility, but we need to demonstrate that this decision aid can actually lead to better patient care and healthier patients. Now, moving forward, in that way, we can also move forward by advancing decision support from summaries to systems. Now, here's an example of an electronic medical record we're evolving, developing. If you fill it up, the doctors here know S is yung nararamdaman ng patient. No? So, patient with cough, sore throat, and fever. Objective is your PE, so you put in the blood pressure, heart rate, the respiratory rate, and temperature. There's tonsillar congestion, clear breath sounds, and the labs show an oxygen saturation of 98, maganda naman, but RT-PCR positive yung patient. So you put in the diagnosis, mild COVID-19, hypertension. You prescribe nirmatrelvir with ritonavir, and continue the losartan for the hypertension, and the patient's also on simvastatin for high cholesterol. So under a systems approach, you don't have to look for the evidence. The evidence finds you. And if you see here at the top, yung U with the number 2, there are 2 alerts as you are seeing the patient. And if you click that, one alert is it tells you the treatment with COVID-19 specific therapies, indications for treatment, and you can scroll down. There's therapies of limited benefit, therapies that we do not recommend, so guidelines na. Click therapies we do not recommend. There's hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, etc. At the bottom, you have vitamins and supplements. If you click it, you'll see why they don't recommend vitamins. And then there's a second alert. You're giving the patient simvastatin and nirmatrelvir, and it's warning you that they are interacting. So if you see risk rating is avoid combination because nirmatrelvir may increase the serum concentration of simvastatin. It's a major interaction, so you need to either stop the medicine temporarily or shift to something else. So those are systems, which is now drinking on the go. Instead of you finding the evidence finds you. Instead of you studying just in case you see a case with this disease, you see the evidence just in time. And it sticks in your mind because it helped you manage a patient. It's not theoretical knowledge. It's actual knowledge that you can use. So these are the levels of information services. As you can see, we need to move up to systems in the future. And I guess the question in many people's minds, I searched this last night. Can artificial intelligence replace healthcare workers, doctors, nurses, midwives? There were 19,000 hits. So a lot has been written about it. Is technological singularity in health possible? Yun yung may superior intelligence na, no, that learns on its own, that develops and multiplies on its own. But based on what I've showed you, just this simple thing from studies to a clinical decision involves so much. The studies, you need to remove false data, and AI is, well, very poor in distinguishing true from false data. And that entails, developing systematic reviews. Again, human intervention, numbers are not decisions because we have values and preferences. And you need to subject these reviews to these values and preferences to come up with summaries or practice guidelines. And then these guidelines need to become algorithms for decision support systems. So artificial intelligence, in the end, you need to talk to the patient and find out their own preferences to come up with a decision. So artificial intelligence, in my opinion, we're far from it. As the single tool for medical decision making. However, we can look at it less as artificial intelligence and more of augmented or assisted intelligence, where it will help doctors, nurses, and midwives in improving the quality of care they give to patients. So that's moving forward in terms of decision support for management. But also moving forward, as we thought about artificial intelligence, something bothered me. It's a 1,000-mile journey. And that journey should begin with the first step, the health information system. We don't even have an health information system after talking about it for 15 years. No? It's actually mandated by the Universal Healthcare Law. No? The health information system shall be developed and funded by the DOH and PhilHealth within 3 years from passage of this law. No? 2019 na yun, wala pa din. Hindi ba? Kasi without the information system containing the diagnosis, management, patient data, how do we even move to artificial intelligence? So we need to take that crucial first step. And in my opinion, when we do, then there will be an avalanche of improvements, and that avalanche will be headed by AI. So, in summary, I've talked about the realms of artificial intelligence, ranging from diagnostics to therapeutics. The framework for research and the reporting standards when we're studying AI, because this is needed if we're going to convince policymakers that they will improve healthcare. I've offered an early example in primary care, the decision support systems, still a long way to go. And moving forward, I mentioned the first step is developing our own basic health information system. I hope that was helpful. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Dance. Wow, it was like a whole new world was opening before us as he continued to tell us about what could possibly happen if AI really rules the roost, rules the realm in medicine. So, may we call on stage UP President Attorney Angelo Gigil Jimenez, Dr. Gisela P. Concepcion, our Professor Emeritus, our Conference Chair Dr. Prospero Naval Jr., and AVP Peter C. They will now give a plaque of appreciation to Dr. Antonio Miguel L. Dance for sharing his knowledge during AI Horizons 2024 here at the UP BGC campus. Nuggets of wisdom we picked up So maybe some food for thought. Chatbot or talking to a nurse? Thank you again, Dr. Dance. We might be forgetting that we have online participants. So what's our count as of now? Shout out po sa mga more than 500 attendees online. So how I wish that we could see you on the screen. But anyway, you can see us. So marami pong salamat for tuning in and staying with us yesterday and today. Okay po. So we have case studies po for this afternoon. So we shall have the Executive Director of the Philippine Genome Center as our speaker. She will speak on the versatile instrumentation system for science and research. And so we're excited to hear from you, Dr. Felicitas Lakbawan. Please take the floor.
President Jimenez, leaders of the UP system, co-presenters and speakers, thank you for the invite. My talk today may be as contrast to what Dr. Dance had showed you, but I think it gives you hope that we're moving forward towards precision medicine. Okay, so I joined the Philippine Genome Center last year, coming from the States practicing in the States for 32 years. And I think it was calling and giving back that made me come back. I've been with the Philippine Genome Center as a scientific advisory board for health since its inception. I think this is one kind of example that there's hope, because 15 years ago, if the EMR was on a bill but never really realized, the Philippine Genome Center was also started in 2009. So Philippine Genome Center pledges a deeper understanding and judicious application of advanced knowledge and emerging technologies in genomics and bioinformatics for the development of either diagnostics, DNA forensics, improved crop varieties, preventative products, as well as therapeutics. And this is like an example of how cross-sectional we're going, because it's the same technology that we apply for both humans, animals, and plants. Okay, so I mentioned that the Philippine Genome Center started as a concept in 2011, I believe, and then at least for now, we're operational, and the pandemic was a silver lining because it actually underscores the role that the Philippine Genome Center had. Just to introduce how the Philippine Genome Center activities are, we have technical services as well as training and human resource development and research. So we assist all of other research groups in design as well as implementation of the research, but at the same time, we have technical services, and I think this is one of the one part of the concept paper that I've submitted to the President, wherein we're trying to evolve in such a way that we will be relevant to laboratory diagnostics. And not only that, but I strengthen our capabilities in bioinformatics as well as laboratory diagnostics so that we can reach out to a lot of people or the whole nation. I wanted to highlight how the core facility for bioinformatics is. We received some grant, or at least the BOR had actually given us or approved money for funding for the core facility, and we're trying to transform it in such a way that we could actually support both research and laboratory diagnostics. So giving the Philomics as a name for the core facility for bioinformatics, they've done a lot. And so we're trying to, and kind of like my vision is to keep all those people intact and retain them, because this is the hope of however Philippine Genome Center will evolve. We will then serve more and create more tests and offer it to the public. So I wouldn't go around the diagram, but practically we have objectives for research and extension, and at the same time we have actually ongoing studies on other sequencing for different organisms, including rice and other plants as well as humans. Very proud of this. When Dr. or VP Leo had asked us what has been the activities of the Philippine Genome Center for the past year, we were kind of like pleasantly surprised. We've done a lot, right? In a way that we've sequenced a lot of these organisms on the diagram, but at the same time, we're still just starting whole genome sequencing. And then, of course, the Philippine Genome Center was a very active, and it was the epicenter for biosurveillance for the COVID pandemic. It actually had identified or detected SARS-CoV-2 global variants of concern. It had submitted all this data into the consortium GISAID, and actually we're contributing data globally. So we also had tracked SARS-CoV-2 transmission in the country, and you will be surprised. I'm not going to give you details, but actually this group had produced a lot of materials for COVID and also have maintained actually the data in the center and had fed the DOH Epidemiology Bureau and identified local signatures of evolution of emergence in terms of new variants for SARS-CoV-2. So I would be remiss if I don't give you a little bit of background on genetics and genomics before I give you what are the challenges and what are the solutions that can happen, right? So forgive me if this is more science than anything else, but this is how it is, right? PCR was not even known to the lay person until COVID hit. And so therefore, if we're going to do Genomics Philippines or we do whole genome sequencing for humans, you have to know the basics for genetics and genomics. Okay, sorry, but this is a very common, familiar diagram in genetics and medicine. It's a book that gives you all the basis for genetics and medicine, but it's actually a very simple one. Every cell in our body, you and me, every cell, we have a nucleus that actually contains the blueprint or the genetic material that tells the cell to function how it should be, right? So then how does it connect? The genes, the protein is the product of the genes, and then the protein has this assembly, cell networks, or even signaling each other. And therefore, we are whole, we're functioning healthy, and therefore there's a genotype. Genetic information gives you the phenotype, so color of your hair, the color of your eyes, and everything else. Okay, so the genes and gene structure. There's like a very organized way in which the DNA is actually put together, and one can look at chromosomes. So the chromosome or the karyotype is like one simple way of determining how many chromosomes does this individual have? Is there a rearrangement? Is there a deletion or something else? But at the same time, it actually gives you a raw kind of picture on how that cell is working, right? In cancer, you would have some chromosomes that are missing or some deleted, and that's like one kind of like scanning passing through in terms of what happened to the chromosome. And then going down to the level of the gene, one can have, any gene should have this structure, right? So you have a regulatory part, and then the express, which is actually, that's the one that's coding your protein or amino acids for your protein, and then the introns, which are regulatory, meaning that we cannot be all exons, or a gene cannot be all exons because it would be subjected to a lot of pressure, and any mutation or change in the language will cause problems, okay? So that in itself, the genetic information that's on the gene determines the protein, amino acid, and then the tertiary and the secondary, tertiary, and quaternary interaction of those proteins. So function is determined by the DNA. Okay, so I also would be remiss if I didn't tell you this extent, right? Because you will hear transcriptomics, metagenomics, epigenomics, all of those things. But actually, it's like, it's a process, right? Sabi ni President Gigil, intimidating maybe, but not really, right? Because eventually you should have a kind of like, even clinicians have this different knowledge base, but at the end of the day, you will have to have a basic understanding, because Cancer is one good example. It's a genomic disease, and practically one can understand why there are problems, and there are treatment bases for each of those management. So I mentioned the cell, right? So there's extracellular proteins, there are cell surface and nucleus, but just I'm not going to give you a lecture in molecular biology or anything, but just to say that there are those that are actually controlling each function within the cell, and that actually can go awry and cause problems. I'm not giving you all the biomarkers, but actually cancer is a very complex disorder, right? So any tissue can go into cancer or transform into a cancer, and practically there are biomarkers. And that's where genetics comes in, because it could be an acquired one caused by environment, or it's something that's genetic or constitutional to the individual. So yes, there are hallmarks of changes, and it could be an early detection hallmark for as a biomarker for cancer, or it could be far along, or it's something that one can use for treatment. And I will tell you, breast cancer especially, right? It's like one of those prototype of breast cancer is not just breast cancer that is somatic, or meaning that you acquired. It's actually background of genetics that's actually, you have it in you, but it could be environmental effect on the cancer that you have. So liquid biopsy, I know this is like the hype, right? So if you get a sample of blood, you'll be able to detect what's wrong in terms of some of the drivers of cancer. But this is not early detection. It's still far from you being utilized as early detection, because it has limitations. So what do you get out of the blood that you get from a patient? You will have total RNA, total DNA, and therefore you can look at what is constitutional and what is actually cellular, meaning that what did the cancer cells really produce, right? So transcriptomics then comes in, because this is RNA, and you are looking at your the cellular products, or the dying cancer cells that are emitting or releasing all these transcriptomes in the blood. This is being used now for monitoring. So if you have a cancer, specific cancer, colon or breast, they could look at your blood and see where the driver mutations are, the variants that causing your cancer. And therefore, if they target that variant, or there are some specific drugs that actually would target breast cancer cells, then you would know whether there are residual or monitor the cancer cells. Okay, again, this is like, we know that we can detect them because platforms, the technology had already evolved, right? In fact, I was a clinical geneticist in late 90s, wherein we only had one or two tools or platforms that can diagnose a patient. So karyotyping or chromosomes, and then single gene testing, right? Right now, there's a lot of platform, next generation, transcriptomics, epigenomics, all of those other things that actually are available. I've seen it rise in terms of advances, and practically from research to clinic, and practically also looking at one patient that doesn't have a diagnosis into a patient with a diagnosis because of all the advances in genetics. And then I'm a pathologist. Maybe some of the people in the audience are pathologists, but actually cancer, there's a lot of technology that has actually been advanced because of cancer, right? So pathology look at the tissue itself, like what's being shown on the left upper. And then we look at the tissue under the microscope, and you look at it in such a way that, oh, there's something wrong in this tissue. It doesn't look normal. And then you use some other ways to really confirm if there's something going on in that tissue. So those other stained slides there are saying that, oh, yes, this is expression of a protein that should not be there or expressed too high, and therefore this is cancer, and therefore the grade of the cancer is higher. So those kind of tools are in pathology, and they're being used right now as part of an integrated report where you have the genomics, genetics testing, plus this histologic morphology. We also have cytogenetics. I remember the chromosome that I've shown you earlier. They are like coiled DNA, and so they aggregate, and practically you can use some ways to detect or hybridize a DNA of the same or complementary strand, and you would know exactly what is missing and what is not there in terms of cancer. So This is called cytogenetics fish or in situ hybridization, but it gives you a visual. This is like the drone trying to look for changes, and actually optical density, optical changes can be utilized for diagnostic purposes too. And of course, DNA sequencing history, I started with the slab gel. Doing research on slab gel is way really harder than running a sequencing in a 96-well or capillary sequencing or even next-gen sequencing. So practically, it gives you more information at the same time, less tedious and more efficient. So what actually influenced genetics and genomics testing? It was too expensive to sequence, right? Imagine the slab gel. We can't even sequence probably 2 genes in one slab gel. And then for capillary sequencing, you can sequence a couple of genes. And then came the next generation sequencing, wherein you can actually sequence whole exome sequence or whole genome right now. So practically the cost per base pair sequence is actually pushed down because of technology, and therefore now it became more readily available in the clinic. With all the next generation sequencing advances, we now know that there's probably 22,000 genes in each of those cells that we have, but we only know of the function of a third or a one-fourth of, one-third of those genes. So there's a lot more to discover because we don't know a lot of the functions of those genes. So we continue to use them in the clinics anyway because we have patients that would need them, and then identify those diagnoses if ever they have implications for the family. So the utilization of genetic and genomics testing, it's practically driven by utilization, technology, and science. Science, I showed you the karyotype, which actually would only diagnose numbers of chromosomes, and trisomy 21 or Down syndrome is a technology way back in 1959. And now where are we? We can now do transcriptomics and liquid biopsy. So in terms of utilization, evidence and clinical utility is very important, and at the same time, accessibility and affordability. This is not also, it's something that even the advanced world or the Western world had experienced, right? So I practiced in the US for 32 years. We didn't have all of this technology too. There's no adaptation because it's expensive, right? But right now, here's how the evolution of clinical practice is. So way back when we did testing, and all those genetic tests are being ordered by clinical geneticists because they're the only ones who understand how to order this test and how to interpret the results. But right now, I'll skip the middle part because right now, next generation sequencing had already advanced diagnostics or even recreational genetics, and now a patient can request for a next generation sequencing for whole genome sequencing. So what will you do if the patient comes to you and say, "Doc, here's the results of my whole genome sequencing"? How would you answer all those information, right? So that becomes, yes, consumer direct testing. However, there are people who are very curious about their genomic makeup, and they would really go to the extent of paying how much, 100 or hundreds of pesos, hundreds of thousands of pesos to get their whole genome sequencing. So clinicians in the group and even any other, we have to be very careful in terms of really utilizing whole genome sequencing, but at the same time, we cannot be left behind. Our neighboring countries in Asia are already far ahead of us. Vietnam had become a bioinformatics hub, and even the States, they know that Vietnam is like way ahead of some of the other centers, and we cannot be lagging behind. So for genetics and genomics testing, I think one needs to understand that it has to be created by professionals and practically utilizing cutting-edge technology, but it has to have a meaningful application. You cannot just sequence just for sequencing's sake, but actually there should be a purpose and there should be a follow-up in terms, or even from the very beginning, you have to consent your patient or consent the individual, because there would be some findings after you analyze the sequencing that would be very hard to explain, and I will get down to that, and therefore not even geneticists can explain it properly, and therefore those are gaps within the testing. then it has to be related to the test or clinical practice. Cancer genomics had really explode or implode, whatever we explode, I think, because there are drugs that are really tailored fit for certain variants of a cancer gene, right? So then it becomes like, if you have this mutation in your gene and you have breast cancer, you can be treated with this kind of drug, and therefore there's remission and there's hope for the patient. Okay, so genomic centers of excellences have really evolved, and then practically experts, right? There are MDs, MD PhDs, but the point here is like, it's an evolution. We cannot have everything, but at least in the Philippines, if we start workforce development and we actually retain our talented MD PhDs, and MDs here in the Philippines, we can come up to a point where we could be competitive not only locally or regionally, but also globally. Okay, so a little bit of next generation sequencing and where AI will come in. So I said we have, how many? 3.6 trillion base pairs, right? So practically that's like something that has 3.4 gigabytes when we sequence it. But at the same time, I'm showing you how next generation library preparation as well as detection. And it's also like showing you that the colors are very important. Optical imaging is very important. And it's the same principle that a lot of our other AI equipment or gadgets within in agriculture and all those satellites are looking at, it's similar, right? But it's just going into the cell and making it more really truly hyper high resolution, so we get the sequencing or the base pair makeup. Okay, so in pathology, we have pre-analytic, analytic, and post-analytic as a phase in terms of a workflow when you have a sample. Remember, each one of you probably had done blood draw, and during blood draw, this is like the process, right? But in genetics, we practically get a clinical sample, and we need to get a clinical insight. And so that, whatever that analytic part is, whether it be a tissue, a histologic examination, a blood examination, or genomics or genetic sequencing, someone had to do it and come up with that workflow. So I will probably skip this for time, but bottom line, during the processing of that sample from a patient, be it a tissue or blood, somebody needs to understand that there are information that needs to be processed. So data management is very important. You need a laboratory information management system that tracks all your samples. You need information data management that would really capture all the results, and then go in through whatever machine learning or AI that needs to happen in terms of bioinformatics processing, and get to a results. What do you call a results? It's actually a variant call. And if that variant call needs to be curated and annotated, it needs a lot of information. Imagine if you have, an individual would have at least probably 1,000 variant calls. Then you have to make sure, are all these variants relevant? And then, of course, you need to know your medical or your clinical information, because the clinical information gives meaning to whatever variant you found, right? So that is actually AI in a way, but it's not perfect yet, and it does need a lot of data mining. Some of the informations that are actually out there are databases that are open source, and as well as curated by very highly STEAM groups in the US and in Europe. They practically get to a point where Filipinos are not represented in the human genome sequence assembly. I mean, if we are ever represented, it would be very few of us in that human genome sequence assembly. So I'll give you an example use case. My sister got breast cancer at 50 years of age. I said, genetic, right? Because 50 years old, you suspect genetic, be it a background or something that she acquired. I went through the motion of having her blood sequence and as well as her tissue sequence in the States. I spent, say, $200,000 at 200,000 pesos in equivalent, right? But giving it back to her here in the Philippines so that the oncologists can take care of her is something else. But at the same time, she had a variant of unknown significance in BRCA2, or breast cancer gene 2. What is the explanation? No one in the States would give me an explanation or variant interpretation. Then I asked geneticists in the Philippines, I said, do you have this patient who have undergone breast cancer testing? Does this variant really significant in Filipinos? No one knows, okay? So then it becomes now a search of what is this? What is this? And even our family, practically, it's a psychological kind of burden, because I'm a geneticist. I know what it means in a way, but I can't explain to my family and how we would interpret that variant of unknown significance. So I use this as a use case wherein we need our own Philippine genome represented, or if even better, we create our own human genome Filipino assembly so that we can interpret those results precisely and accurately and help individuals like my sister, or like our family. So here's like a workflow. It's very tedious, but at the end of the day, you have to have a result that is meaningful. And this is like a cartoon that gives you in summary, what are those variants, right? It's a very dynamic process, and it requires interpretation. You have to go back to the literature, iterate, look for that variant again and again, because it changes with more information and more patients being sequenced. I will give you like a quick use case here. I was with the largest reference laboratory in the US, and this is actually published, so I can divulge, right? There was one patient who had epilepsy and had a mutation in one epilepsy gene 10 years ago that was interpreted as benign, meaning it is not causing disease, okay? 10 years after that, it was changed into pathogenic variant, meaning that it's now telling the clinician that that variant, which was interpreted 10 years ago, was actually the cause of the disease for that patient, okay? So now the family sued the clinician, right? So now it becomes like, yes, we have to realize that there's a dynamic way of interpreting results, and there are limitations, and therefore, right now, every molecular diagnostic lab will put it under the interpretation that this interpretation may change with time, okay? So that involves a lot of data mining, a regular data mining, and I was like, just kind of like, oh my God, somebody needs to help Philippine Genome Center because we don't want to get to that problem. Okay, so just to show you that there are guidelines, and this is a very practically very systematic way of variant annotation. And in cancer, it's more complicated. There are guidelines that actually give you interpretations for the gene that you're looking at, what is the significance, what is the evidence, and what is the treatment. So cancer is a gold kind of like, it requires a lot of information, and it also heightens the fact that there's a need for clinical information and laboratory information to be actually integrated. Just to show you that there are databases out there, here are some of it, and I don't want to belabor it, but again, are they interpreting Filipino genomes or Filipino genetic testing? Here's some of the types and sizes, and this is something that comes out of next generation sequencing. And for those people who are looking at big data, how big is the human genome, here's how it is. So if it's a FASTQ file, you have that 50 gigabyte for an exome, but 18 gigabytes for 4,800 genes, and goes on and goes on. So practically, data storage should be a problem. Once we initiate whole genome sequencing, data storage would be something that we need to address. So I also had said that omics is coming. So it's not just the DNA sequence that we're going to do. We can do proteomics and correlate proteomics with the genomics, and all those transcriptomics also can be part of this omics. In that is going to cause us problems, but brilliant people within Philippine Genome Center had thought of we need to have an interoperable health record as well as interpretation of all this genomic data. And so we proposed to the PCHRD that we should have not only a laboratory information management system, but system that actually can talk to an EMR in a different hospital and be able to mine whatever information we need to use for data or results interpretation. So this is actually going to be one of the things that needs to be funded. I think it is funded for 1 year, I think. And then practically, because we need to bring in the test for us to do it, PGC, we're actually poised to partner with an outside third-party laboratory that would transfer technology to the Philippine Genome Center. So considerations and challenges. I don't think I will have to enumerate everything, but bottom line, there is some infrastructure. It's not the perfect set for us to use for a laboratory service. However, I think among the different laboratories in the country, Philippine Genome Center is still the one that could lead all the advances in genetics and genomics technology. And yes, there would be cost for each of those development that we need to have, but we are being creative in such a way that we will get those infrastructure ready for lab services so that other parts of the country can be, or all of Philippines can be served, because we have PGH Mindanao, PGC Mindanao, PGC Visayas, and PGC Los Baños. So that, I think, opportunities and solutions, we need to start somewhere. We need to educate co-clinicians and co-MDs here, but also enticing people to participate in the whole genome sequencing of the whole Philippines. We call it Genomics PH, so that we get to be represented in the database and we can interpret results better. So I wouldn't also read all of those post-analytic solutions there, but equitable, accessible, affordable tests, we hope we can give it or provide this to the country in the next 2 to 3 years. Workforce development and talent retention is something that from day one when I joined PGC, was a concern of mine, but I think that there should be some ways to really attain full development as well as talent retention, and then streamline procurement processes, because we're going into a laboratory service lab that needs to be functioning and really sustaining all those activities in a turnaround time that's reasonable. I know I have used much time, but I will go back. I will actually wanted to give you what the President had mentioned earlier. We're embarking on Genomics Philippines initiative. This would be a 5,000 whole genome sequence for 5 years. This would help us in the variant database that we're going to build. It would help us create those infrastructure that would really sustain the laboratory diagnostics part of Philippine Genome Center. And then we will have our own Filipino database and we can interpret our results. Okay, so then the last portion of this slide, we have to establish the Clinical Genetics Genomics Laboratory for Diagnostic Services. We're starting with cancer, partnering with a third party outside of the country, and also putting the infrastructure of the laboratory information management system, database, even biorepositories. So we're trying to complete the whole kind of like facilities so that we could really serve the country the most. Okay, I think I will end up with bioinformatics and AI, and practically I sort of alluded to how we do those variant curation, but reiterate what Dr. Dance had mentioned, right? So there are opportunities for applications for AI or augmented intelligence, and therefore we have to start somewhere, and I think that we hope the Philippine Genome Center can maximize and utilize whatever infrastructure is available, and then build brick by brick what we would need to have in the future and be really able to serve the whole country. I wanted to, never mind that, takeaways. Genetic tests are not created equal. So practically, the clinician who's going to ask for genetic testing needs to understand that there are limitations to each of those testing. It has to be something that is guarded and discernful, and then practically the clinician is the patient advocate. It's very expensive. Cancer, I gave you the figures for my sister, but practically we would reduce that cost when we open our genomic laboratory services because it's economies of scale. Right? So if we're serving the whole country, if there is more than 1,000 cases that we would serve for 1 month, and we're able to really drive the cost of sequencing down, then we're happy with it. Again, the right patient, the right test at the right time, very important. And then, of course, our baby steps in the transformation of the laboratory services towards an accessible, affordable, and equitable genetics genomics testing for Filipinos. And then the last one, I think it's not just my crusade, it's our crusade, and we would need collaborative partners and stakeholders so that we could advance the test development that are relevant to practice of precision medicine in the country and push on omics in the Philippines. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lakbawan. My goodness, it's as though we went into the journey into the earth, into the very core of individual life. Grabe. Okay, so please, may we call up on stage UP President Attorney Angelo Gigi Jimenez, Dr. Gisela P. Concepcion, our Professor Emeritus, our Conference Chair, Dr. Prospero Naval Jr., and AVP Peter C. So hopefully, as articulated by our speaker, we can integrate genetic information and genetic sequencing specifically for us Filipinos. That's something that would really mean a lot to us here. Now we move on. So trying to understand the intricate inner workings of the human body has been an evolving challenge in medicine for years. So however, developing technology has also helped us keep up with challenges. And the rise of AI has significantly affected this progress. So the branch of radiology in particular has seen exponential advancements in this arena. Here to talk about AI in radiology is the Vice Chancellor for Administration and Finance and the Professor of Radiology at UP Manila and at the Philippine General Hospital. We have Dr. Johanna Kanyal. So we look forward to your presentation. The spotlight is yours, Dr. Kanyal.
Okay. I am a radiologist and a radiation oncologist. Radiology, I think you understand. Radiation oncology, probably not. It's a not so well-known specialty, but this is where the research springs from. All right. So this short talk is going to have two parts. The first part is about the study that we have completed, and it's going to be on radiation oncology. The second part is the study that we're going to do, and that will involve radiology. Nasopharyngeal cancer might not sound very common to you. It definitely is not like breast cancer or lung cancer that everybody knows about it. If you look at the image, the blue part is the nasopharynx. So it's at the back of the nasal cavity, the back of the nose, beneath the brain. A lot of people develop cancer from this part. Apparently, it's endemic in China. All textbooks have said that it's endemic in China. But when we did a study way back when I was a fellow, I can't hide the fact that my hair is white, and that we did the study decades ago. Ouch. There were more patients in the Philippine General Hospital with nasopharyngeal cancer than patients in the Taiwan University Hospital. So we don't know if that's because PGH is such a primary, tertiary referral center. It might be that. But the point is that there are many Filipinos who have this. The numbers, well, we don't know. We actually don't know. I can get the numbers for the Philippine General Hospital, but we have no numbers for the whole Philippines. We have the Philippine Cancer Society that tries to get this data, but unfortunately, the coverage area of the Philippine Cancer Society is just Metro Manila and Rizal. And that definitely does not represent the Philippines. So what am I saying is that we don't know. Radiotherapy has always been the definitive treatment for nasopharyngeal CA. It still is. Then if we look at the data of the radiotherapy facilities alone, the patients with NPCA make up about, 15 to 20% of all the patients. So considering that there's breast, cervix, lung, colon, this is a big number. It actually is a big number. Now, over time, over the 20 or so years, I won't tell you the exact number, the 20 or so years that I've been practicing, there have been changes in our training program, and this is why this AI matters. When I was training, we had to undergo radiology first before going into radiation oncology. Therefore, when we did radiation oncology, we understood what CT scans were saying. Nowadays, the training program is a straight radiation oncology program. So our trainees have about 2 months of radiology. Is that enough for them to understand what cancers look like on a CT scan or on an MRI? No, definitely not. Over time, radiotherapy is still the definitive treatment for NPC. But now we seem to have more patients. We don't know if that's because we're picking up these patients better, we're detecting better, or they're coming to us more. But nonetheless, there are more patients. Our advantage is now we have digital data, because this is what we do. It's so difficult for me to explain verbally what we do, but there, the video will show it. We take very targeted radiation beams, and we target tumors. And this is what we hit. The image on your right will show you the doses. So the hotter the image, the hotter the part of that image, the higher the dose is given. The one with the red, where the nasopharyngeal cancer is, gets the highest dose. So it's relatively easy to understand. So what do we do? When radiation oncology, a patient gets referred to us, what do? We rely on images, specifically CT scan images, so that we can contour and target that tumor. So we image the patient, we make the patient undergo MRI or CT scan, MRI sometimes, CT scan always, and then the radiation oncologist will contour the tumor. We will manually draw that part that we want the radiation to hit, and then we prescribe a dose. So you understand how a mistake in the contour will mean a mistake in treatment. If you don't know what you are treating, what the tumor looks like, how can you tell this machine to concentrate all this radiation on this part? So when we contour, this is what we do. We go through each and every slice of the CT scan and we draw that tumor. So it is tedious and it's also scary in the sense that if we make a mistake, if we contour less than we should, then we'll be missing tumor geographically. But if we contour more than necessary, that means we'll be treating an area that doesn't need the radiation. Now, we all know radiation isn't the safest thing in the world. So we have to be really, really, really careful when we do that. So what did we do? We used PGH patients. We got the NPCA patients with PGH from 2017 to February of 2020. Why 2017? That's when we started using digital data. Diba? Parang 2017 lang? Yes, 2017 is fairly recent, but that's when we caught up with technology. Prior to that, it was X-rays. And we stopped in February of 2020 because, why? Because of COVID. At that time, we had to stop accepting patients. So at that point in time, we only had 79. I'm not saying that we have only 79. This represents about a fourth of all the patients that we see. We cannot afford to treat everyone. So we actually refer out most of our patients. We ask them to go to different hospitals because the Philippine General Hospital, unfortunately, cannot accommodate everyone. Okay, just as a sidelight to that, we are getting 2 more machines so that we can start accommodating everyone. But so we ended up with 79. But after the exclusion criteria, we only had 63. And when we contoured, this is what tumors look like. That's where they are. We got patients who had from stage 1 to stage 4, so from the mildest to the most advanced. And our colleague in computer science actually came up with a new architectural platform. I don't even know if that's the proper word for it. It was a compromise between 2D and 3D. The better images with more memory versus the not so great, not as good images with less memory. So he had to come up with a compromise. It was UNET 2.5. But see, that was our problem, the 63. How could we possibly get a computer to learn, a machine to learn with 63 patients? So we had data sets. We had 2 data sets. One was normal, 50 normal scans. And then we had 63, the one I mentioned, 63 plain and contrast NPC scans before they were contoured and after they were contoured. So we had, okay, fine. So we had some data. But was it enough? If you look at the top image, that's what the normal nasopharynx looks like. The image at the bottom, you can see it's no longer black in the middle. There's a gray mass-like structure there. That is the tumor. But even then, you don't know exactly what it is. Though on the image on your right, that's where we contoured it. So the one that's red, that is the tumor. Okay, so we used all of these images. But it was not nearly enough. So what our brilliant collaborator did is that, okay, please remember that doctors are taught, or at least doctors from our side of the river, are taught to look at the patient holistically. In this case, he made us look at this image slice by slice. So you see, it was it forced us to think of the patient differently. We no longer saw the patient as one patient. Each patient had 50 images because we looked at it slice by slice. So what he did, imagine your image. So we have a digital image. He increased our data by rotating, flipping, cropping, transposing. They're all the same image. So they obviously, the machine can learn they're all the same. But they're looking at different parts of that image. So you imagine, that picture of an elephant with blind men. They're all looking at the same elephant, but different parts of it. And they're all learning from it. And then there's multi-scale training, a really zoomed in view and a zoomed out view. Again, the same images, but we are increasing our data set because of this. And I had to learn this. Remember, I became a doctor so that I wouldn't have to learn this, but I had to. So we put the data through these numbers, and we made comparisons based on this data. And if you will see, so all these numbers, but I call your attention to these numbers specifically, the DSC, the IOU, and the sensitivity. This model actually produced the best results. If you'll notice the other numbers, they're also not that bad. They were not the worst performers. This UNET 2.5 was not the worst performer. So it was either mid or excellent. So the very high sensitivity was something that we were very appreciative of. There's good overlap between the ground truth and the predicted value. So it was not perfect, fine. But we didn't need it to be perfect. We didn't need this AI to perfectly predict what the tumors would look like. Because we are a training hospital after all, and we need our trainees to look at these images and correct these images, these predicted images. So, what did this do? It made our work much faster. Remember the first slide that I showed you where we had to go slide by slice and contour, that if you're not used to it can take hours. If you're good at it, it will take about 30 minutes. With this, we could reduce that time, to have an initial contour to about 5. And then the correction, the refinement of the image, well, that again depends on who's doing it. But you can see how much time was saved by this. So it is utilizable. And for those who doubt, since we only have 63, we can run it again. Maybe we can use the data that we have since 2023 or 2022 when we started up again and run it again. And it will probably come up better. Would it be useful to us? Yes. For the number of patients that we see in the Philippine General Hospital, at last count, the number of nasopharyngeal CA patients that we see average in a year is about 5,000. As I said, the ones who actually get to radiotherapy are just a few. And we were able to publish this by the end of 2022. And it was a good paper. Yes, there was the proof of concept check, but we were not able to roll it out because we didn't have the funds for it, sadly. But among the small radiation oncology community, it caused some excitement. But of course, we weren't going to give it out for free. So maybe we'll work on it over the next few months. We will see. Now, allow me to talk about radiology now. That radiation oncology part was very gratifying, if I may say so. But what's next now? We go to the radiology side of it. And we're working on prostate cancer. Worldwide, MRI is the imaging standard for prostate cancer. It's no longer ultrasound. Why is that? Because ultrasound is uncomfortable. So we use MRI. In the Philippines, there's an increasing number of men with prostate cancer. And that there are many reasons for that. Prostate cancer is a cancer of mostly elderly males. There was a time when men did not get to be elderly. Our life expectancy was short, but now it's getting higher. So more men are developing prostate cancer. If you know how prostate cancer is screened, it's quite uncomfortable. We actually use a finger. So urologists will manually examine the prostate. So when MRI came about and became more available, it was a godsend as a screening test. But again, here we go. In the country, there is a lack of data. Do we know how many men have prostate cancer? No, we don't. Do we even know how many men have prostate cancer screening? No, we don't. So even if that data alone was available, then maybe we could do something about it. But see, we don't. There is an increasing number of MRIs in the country. So maybe We're going to get there. We will get to that point. But even if we did have more MRIs, do we even have the number of radiologists available to read all those MRIs? The answer is no. As of now, in our society, we have about 1,300 radiologists only, and not even all of them do MRI. We have radiologists that do just ultrasound. And then you have me, I just do radiation oncology most of the time. So there's nearly not enough, not at all. Now, if you ask me, is there available AI for prostate screening? Yes, there is. And it originates in the West. Can we use it? We don't know. If you look at the image, I got that image off the internet, and that's just the height, the average height per country. I think we all know that people from the Netherlands are really, really tall. And people from the Philippines are really, really small. So can we say that data in the West, American prostate data, is applicable here? Probably not, but we don't know. So that's what's coming up soon. And our research team is here, I'm proud to say, is here today. So we're going to work on that. This is what prostate CA looks like. I know it looks like just blacks and whites and grays to you, and it is. To a radiologist's eye, it's very diagnostic, but I guess to the rest, it's like, okay, just shades of gray. So this is what we're trying to do. We have a foreign data set, we have Filipino data set, and it will be from, again, the Philippine General Hospital data. And so far, the initial tests show much promise. So this is what we're hoping to continue. We need to feed more data into it. We have to train it more. And then hopefully, if this all comes to fruition, we can roll it out in real life, IRL. However, I have to mention that among radiologists, maybe you wonder why AI is we're a little, maybe the word is wary, of AI in the health professions. Among radiologists, our issue always is who will be responsible for that reading. Let's say we run an image through AI and it diagnoses something and the diagnosis is wrong. Can you sue the AI or the creator of AI? Or will the radiologist actually sign off on a reading that was run through AI? So there is still the ethical question of using AI here in radiology. Right now, there's like two general groups among radiologists, those who are opposed to it and those of us who are trying to embrace it and who see so much potential in it. So we will see if we can actually change the minds of our companions and our colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kanyal. Wow. Okay, now, may we call on stage UP President and Attorney Angelo Gigil Jimenez, our Professor Emeritus Dr. Gisela P. Concepcion, our Conference Chair Dr. Prospero Naval Jr., and AVP Peter C., please, to award a plaque of appreciation. Thank you very much po to everyone. Thank you, Dr. Kanyal. Thank you to our presenters. So our next speaker is a distinguished professor in orthopedics at UP Manila and the Philippine General Hospital. So Dr. Nathaniel Orillaza Jr. is a professor of orthopedics and a hand surgery specialist from the University of the Philippines, Manila, Philippine General Hospital. He's the committee chair of the UP Manila Discovery and Innovation Hub and works with the UP Surgical Innovation and Biotechnology Laboratory on biomedical device development and AI computer vision applications in health. He is a member of the editorial board of several international and national journals and received the Outstanding Young Scientist Award given by the National Academy of Science and Technology in 2019. And he will share now his insights on the role of AI in orthopedics, exploring the potential of today's technology in advancing orthopedic care. So now, please join me in welcoming Dr. Nathaniel Orillaza Jr.
Okay, thank you po for that kind introduction. And of course, Doc Pros and Prof. Gisela, thank you for the opportunity to share our work. It's also exciting to be speaking in between my teachers and professors. Another age reveal. I'm used to giving disclosures. My most important disclosure is I have no financial disclosure yet. We have not sold any of these projects that we've made. And also, I'd like to acknowledge that these are projects of multiple teams from different departments, both of the College of Engineering and the College of Medicine of UP. And I will show their names later per project, so please watch out for them. And lastly, these projects were funded generously by the Department of Science and Technology and also by the Philippine General Hospital, whether partly or in full. So another thing that we do when we present is usually start with a case. And I'll start with that because I'm more comfortable speaking like that. So this is a 78-year-old male who was complaining of not being able to do the activities of daily living comfortably because of hand pain and deformity. Pasensya na po. It's my specialty, so I'll focus on that. So seen by a primary care, if it exists in their place, sana, no? But they were told that they need to be seen by a specialist. And you can just imagine someone from the province who have to travel 40, 50 kilometers just to see a specialist. And then when they get to the clinic, because the specialist so many patients, will be told, oh, do these exercises, and then see me again next week, so I'll see if you're doing the exercises properly. So the patient will probably never come back. The patient will not be well of a condition that could have been managed with a different approach. So that's what we're trying to do now. So this is definitely a common problem. I'll focus on my specialty. Don't know if this is still updated. We have a very low doctor-to population ratio, 0.37 to 1,000. And we even did our own in our specialty 4 years ago. It was much lower. We only have 0.71 orthopedic specialists per 100,000 Filipinos. And most of them are concentrated in the metro. So you can just imagine the problem that our patients face when they are in the rural areas. The graph on the upper right actually shows how we fare compared to to other countries. Of course, the first world countries will be on the right, but we are still relatively low compared to our regional counterparts. And of course, with the ongoing brain drain, the problem is just getting worse. So during the pandemic, there were challenges that also became opportunities. With Doc Pros, we had a team that developed the bot called MyBot, ensuring safety and health in isolated environments, or MyBeshi. Very warm named bot. It's trademarked, so at least we got that. And then we realized that there is a lot that we can learn from telehealth. We can capitalize on technology to be able to bring specialists to areas where they may not need to be, or it's not practical for them to be physically present. So we started with the problem of isolation, and that was the main problem with COVID anyway. We saw it as an adjunct for remote evaluation and telemonitoring of patients. With that simple bot, we were able to at least demonstrate that it may improve efficiency and safety in providing care not only for the patients but also for our healthcare givers. Beyond the pandemic, and being in a country with many islands, we thought of such solutions, technology that may enhance telemedicine, which essentially will bring the specialists not only in isolated areas but also in remote localities, as I've shown the problem, where they may serve as where the technology may serve as force multiplier for clinicians, and even up to the point where patients may use these as personalized care, personalized motivator, such as gamification of such technology that they can use on their own to try to help them recover, similar to the concerns of our index patient. Now, talking about, again, my specialty, and I have to admit and announce that I was a frustrated engineer. I was actually enrolled in EEE before I was dragged by UP Manila to the the light side. I may get in trouble for saying that this is the dark side. But orthopedics in general, we are easy to convince when it comes to technology. We are early adapters. It's like preaching to the choir. We have our hands up even before we announce what technology is actually available. So we're the specialty that has been doing robotic surgery, has been using AR and VR, and of course AI is on the horizon. Although locally, we're really just beginning. What we focused on, this was during the pandemic and even after the pandemic, is human motion capture. So what is it? We know, and we may have seen this when they use it for visual effects, for cinemas, and they have been used a lot for sports performance evaluation, but they do have uses when it comes to health and wellness. We can observe range of motion, measure range of motion, and trends and changes in the range of motion for us to be able to, one, diagnose conditions, and also monitor if the patients are changing over time with the treatment that we have provided. We're lucky to have the first, and I think it's still the only gait lab in the country, in the UP College of Medicine within PGH. And it's good that it's available, but unfortunately, it's still very expensive. And it needs a lot of equipment for it to be useful. So that's why we thought of alternatives. And this was made possible, like I mentioned, with a collaborative work from 2 colleges across Pasig River and different departments within each college. So this became the start of many partnerships, and I'll go through some of the projects that we were able to accomplish. So we start with one. The first use is as simple as measuring range of motion. Measurement of range of motion is usually done, aside from, we call it just observing, or it looks full or it's not that full. The objective way of doing it is actually measuring it with a goniometer. That gives us numeric values. It's good, but unfortunately, there may be variations even among experts. And it also does not necessarily represent how the bones are moving, because if you have a relatively thick skin or fat in between bone and skin, there may be errors. And so we're always looking for ways to try to make our detection more accurate and, of course, more efficient. And that's where the idea of marker-less detection, as compared to putting them in a gait lab or in a motion lab where they will need markers. This may definitely aid in the diagnosis and monitoring of conditions. So one of the projects that we did not only looked at comparing the goniometer with a computer algorithm, we also looked at X-rays to make it as close to accurate measurement as possible. And we're very happy that we found it's not perfect, there are still technical issues, but we found good correlation between those measurements. This was also supported by another project where we tried to look at the bigger joints. So aside from just looking at the hands, measuring the different movements of the fingers of the hands, both in 3D and 2D. We also looked at other joints that are difficult to measure, like the shoulder, and we were able to use this in a patient who's recovering from stroke. So it's effective both for large and small joints, and we can see this being used in a variety of conditions, whether it's something neurologic, something infectious, degenerative, or neuromuscular movement disorders, and even with different types of management that we can offer our patients, whether it's conservative observation, physiotherapy, or even surgery. We also made another project, and this was with a group that's also with Prof. Pros, that looks at fall detection. So why look at fall detection? Fall, as shown here, is still an important source of mortality and morbidity among our population, especially in the older population. As our populations are getting older across the globe, we know that this can be a problem. During COVID lockdowns, we know that there were patients who were not observed, that they were falling and having accidents because they were not allowed to have companions close to them. And so a simple program that can monitor their activities, whether they're standing, sitting, will help support them when they're in their everyday life. And at the same time, fall detection We'll be able to detect emergencies, and we'll be able to send help. So our algorithms, our framework outperformed previous work. This is very promising, and we're continuing the work in our clinical setting at the moment. And another important thing that we're able to do was to make it run efficiently even with low-end devices, because even if we have the best algorithms, if we need expensive equipment for them to work, it will not be very practical. The last example, which was done with EEE, is in the surgical suite. So, of course, our treatment starts from the clinic, and sometimes we have to go to the operating room. So we're not yet, not locally at least, applying AI to aid us directly during the procedure, but this is to aid us as we try to look at the images, our MRIs, our CT scans, when we are doing surgery. Dr. Joey emphasized the importance of being very familiar with what you are trying to take out or trying to cure inside the body through imaging, and it's the same for us during surgery. Usually, if you see the two small pictures, we can either remove our gloves or our gown and try to manipulate the image and then go back and do it several times so that we're able to see exactly where we want to be for every procedure. Or we can ask someone who may be knowledgeable, and it can be a struggle. It may take you 30 minutes to get someone to get to a point where you want them to be. And so what we did was essentially control the images with a simple camera and try to do hands-free manipulation of the images on a computer screen without scrubbing out. So that conserves our PPEs. At the same time, it increases the efficiency of how we do our procedures. And this is very important for delicate procedures. So based on our initial testing of 17 OR personnel, they were very happy with it. They're willing to use it, but of course with some glitches that we need to fix. And so in all of these projects, we realize that there are challenges, but we also have to catch up with technology. Doc Pros keeps reminding us that this is a fast, evolving technology. If we don't publish, if we don't come up with products as soon as possible, we'll be left behind. So that's our goal. And there are technical aspects of it that we're improving on. Each project still moving forward as planned, and we're also trying to combine all of these projects in one program. And that is with the help of our, again, generous donors. For each of the projects, one, we have an industry partners interested in the OR, in the hand gesture for operating room use. We already started testing in the clinical setting for the fall detection. We just received, just last week, the PGH grant for 2.7 million pesos to gamify our hand pose algorithm. And lastly, we're also getting, hopefully, it will push through in 2026, a big enough budget to get all of this into a program that will allow us to detect and measure movements of the joints across the musculoskeletal system. So in summary, I don't have to say that this has a lot of potential. Again, this is the choir I'm preaching to. But for us, really, aside from emphasizing the role of interdisciplinary collaboration in trying to get these innovations to run, our dream, our real dream, is for all Filipino to have access to technology that will be used and will be helpful to them, so they get better, even if they don't have to see the specialist all the time. So yun lang po. I'm happy to collaborate if you have topics in mind. Salamat po.
Thank you very much, Dr. Orellasa Jr. And now we call on stage again UP President Attorney Angelo Gigil Jimenez, Dr. Giselle P. Concepcion, our Professor Emeritus, Dr. Prospero Naval Jr., our Conference Chair, and AVP Peter C., to please give a plaque of appreciation to our speaker for sharing his knowledge. Okay, we would like to know now what people are saying, so would like to ask that it be flashed on screen. Our word cloud, please. What do we have? We have in big fonts now, accurate altruism, making it accessible, AI to the masses, remote healthcare. There, these four. Now precise compassion. And somewhere there, we'd see Filipino creative science and making accuracy fun. So thank you very much for all your thoughts again. That's the beauty of a word cloud. Immediately, you get to see. In the spirit of AI, you get to see it right away. Okay, we move on to our final case study, which will surely yield an interesting discussion as it looks into mental wellness and AI. Now, more than ever, we are seeing an increase in individuals who struggle with various mental health issues. And this is real. This is real. It's happening to people from different generations. And research has undeniably shown how technology plays a role in perpetuating this occurrence. So to explore the intriguing intersection of these two phenomena is Dr. Iris Fiel Tan, a professor with the Medical Informatics Unit of the College of Medicine at UP Manila. So we're ready to be inspired. Dr. Tan, the stage is set for you.
So good afternoon. I have no conflict of interest to declare for this presentation. But prior to the pandemic, I had the privilege of working with Mental Health PH on a Twitter chatbot called Kapwa. So Kapwa was a menu-based chatbot which could be accessed via Twitter direct messaging. And Kapwa was meant to assist those looking for mental health support or services on Twitter. So that was pre-Chat GPT, and much more is possible now with large language models, and mental health remains a concern for many. While Kapwa catered to anyone who needed mental health support, EFREN, the Filipino diabetes distress chatbot that my team will be building, will have a narrower use case. So living with diabetes is challenging, and diabetes distress refers to the emotional response of living with diabetes, the burden of relentless daily self-management, and the prospect of its long-term complications. So greater diabetes distress has been associated with adverse outcomes, including reduced physical activity, less healthy eating, not taking medications as recommended, less frequent self-monitoring of blood glucose, elevated HbA1c, and impaired quality of life. Not managed properly, diabetes distress can lead to diabetes burnout, which is a state of physical and or emotional exhaustion with dealing with the diabetes. So this is even more worrisome, as such a person with diabetes burnout will disengage from self-care tasks, skipping insulin, not monitoring blood glucose, or engaging in risky behavior, such as uncontrolled eating or missing clinic appointments. So the 7A's model is recommended to identify and support persons with diabetes distress. First, be aware that people with diabetes may experience diabetes distress. Ask about the diabetes distress. Assess for diabetes distress using a validated questionnaire. So these are the first 3 A's to identify. The last 4 A's are meant to support those experiencing diabetes distress. So the third A, as I said, is to assess for diabetes distress using a validated questionnaire. And commonly used validated questionnaires are the problem areas in diabetes scale and the diabetes distress scale. So the PAID scale has 20 items. Each item is scored on a 5-point scale. And any item with a score of 3 or more indicates a problem area, which should be further explored. So the diabetes distress scale, on the other hand, has 17 items, and it has a 6-point scale. So why a chatbot? So I am an internist endocrinologist. I know firsthand that physicians may have limited time during a clinic visit to assess for diabetes distress. The scales have 17 to 20 items. And second, patients may not expect to be asked nor wish to talk about their emotional state. And for the diabetes distress scale, there are actually questions about the physician because the physician can be the source of the distress. So for example, do you feel that your doctor does not know enough about diabetes and your care? Do you feel that your doctor does not take your concerns seriously enough? Do you feel that you do not have a doctor that you can see regularly enough about your diabetes? Can you imagine how awkward that would be if I had to ask my patient those questions? Hence, the general objective is to design, develop, and evaluate a Filipino conversational agent to assess diabetes distress. For the design, the specific objectives are to define the goal of the chatbot, create the conversational agent's identity aligned with its purpose, and to select the delivery interface. The goal of EFREN is to assess a patient's level of diabetes distress. If you're wondering, EFREN is a play on the words, a friend. So if I have to explain that, hindi nyo alam yung joke. Kung si EFREN ay a friend from another star, paano kaya siya makipag-usap sa ating pasyente? What personality will it have? I remember for Kapwa, we had one pathway where Kapwa delivered corny Filipino jokes. So for the delivery interface, we were thinking it will be web-based, just like ChatGPT. So for development, determine the response generation architecture, develop the content, and build the conversation flow. From my experience helping to develop Kapwa, the Twitter mental health chatbot, it was complicated, trying to map out the possible conversation scenarios, even if Kapwa only had a hamburger menu and a very limited set of very defined conversation pathways. The methodology is, of course, different now because we have large language models. So for evaluation, assess the acceptability of the chatbot's questions and responses, assess the chatbot's usability. And for me, evaluation will be the most challenging part in deploying a chatbot for healthcare. If I were to use the 20-item paid scale at my clinic, I just cannot rapid fire ask the 20 questions. I cannot do that. I have to build rapport and empathy. I cannot be looking at the clock, even as if, it will extend the consultation. And there are physicians who have told me, AI can never replace a physician's empathy. Well, that may be true. I don't know if you will agree with me that chatbots can simulate empathy. And physicians are actually at a disadvantage because a chatbot is always available, it is never tired, it's never hungry or frustrated. So for the methodology, we intend to use a convergent mixed methods design with semi-structured interviews and self-administered questionnaires for persons with diabetes consulting at the Philippine General Hospital and the internists and endocrinologists taking care of them. I would like to know, what do persons with diabetes expect from EFREN? Would they feel comfortable discussing their emotions with the chatbot? How much of a barrier would typing their responses be? How about the internists and endocrinologists? How would EFREN fit in the workflow? If EFREN will only assess for diabetes distress, how will the patient's score be communicated to the doctors? What happens next if a patient is identified as having diabetes distress, and what support services will be offered? So where does AI come in? So to develop the chatbot, we plan to have multiple large language models with retrieval augmented generation for assessment. Multiple response generation strategies will be tested, and the chatbot's performance will be iteratively evaluated, not only by the patients, but also by the physicians. So to end, I will have to discuss nuances in designing, developing, and evaluating a chatbot for healthcare. In conceptualizing a chatbot for mental health, we need to specify the niche, the intended use cases, and determine the desired outcomes or objectives of each use case. We need to be particularly careful in healthcare because patient safety is paramount. We need to demonstrate success, perhaps in quite narrow use cases first, before we can begin to think of broader use. So we also need to evaluate the availability and accessibility of relevant healthcare data needed to train the LLM. Let me tell you, as a physician who has worked with computer scientists, when I ask them, how much data do you need? They tell me, as much as you can get. Okay, so there is no sample size. So there is one proof of concept study which used the RASA toolkit to create a diabetes distress chatbot. And the natural language understanding pipeline by RASA was trained using 50 examples of stories of distress, which were obtained from persons with diabetes and people who know persons with diabetes. Now, EFREN is a Filipino chatbot, conceivably our diabetes distress stories might be different. For example, here, insulin users are stigmatized as malala na or naging pabaya kaya naka-insulin. We have to engage with domain experts, maybe not only patients and doctors, but possibly diabetes nurses, diabetes educators, pharmacists who may know these diabetes distress stories. So EFREN is a patient-facing chatbot. So first, do no harm is what we learn in med school. So the Spirit AI checklist has guidelines for clinical trial protocols for interventions involving AI. So this guideline requires that researchers explain the intended use of the AI intervention in the context of the clinical pathway, including its purpose and its intended users. So in the 7A's approach, EFREN will only be doing the third A, the assess for diabetes distress using a validated questionnaire. And even so, we will need to work with both patients and physicians taking care of them as to how EFREN can be fully integrated within the 7A's pathway. So the Spirit AI checklist also requires that researchers describe any pre-existing evidence for the AI intervention and also to state the inclusion and exclusion criteria at the level of the participants. So in literature review, I only found one clinical trial of a diabetes distress chatbot. And in that study, 156 persons with diabetes received a social health program intervention in 3 sessions over 3 weeks. They were randomly assigned to receive support from either a chatbot or self-help text from a book called Diabetes Burnout. So participants completed the diabetes distress scale before and after the intervention. And according to the results of the study, participants in the chatbot group had greater reduction in diabetes distress. However, I thought that that comparison was quite unfair, a chatbot versus a self-help book. So lastly, evaluation. As a clinician, we have been trained to look for clinical outcomes. And so in the clinical trial I just described, the chatbot was evaluated according to its ability to reduce diabetes distress in comparison to a control group. But from the technology side, there must also be a framework to evaluate chatbots. Hence, Barletta et al. Proposed using the measures from ISO IEC 25010 standard. These measures include effectiveness, the accuracy and completeness with which users achieve the specified goals, efficiency, the resources expended in relation to reaching that accuracy and completeness, but not only effectiveness and efficiency, but also satisfaction, which have the following subdomains: usefulness, trust, pleasure, and comfort. So usefulness, the degree to which a user is satisfied with their perceived achievement of pragmatic goals, including the results of the use and the consequences of use. Trust, the degree to which a user or other stakeholder has confidence that a product or system will behave as intended. And pleasure, the degree to which a user obtains pleasure from fulfilling their personal needs. And comfort, the degree to which the user is satisfied with physical comfort. So freedom from risk, which requires mitigation of economic, health and safety and environmental risk. For me, the most important as a physician is freedom from health and safety risk, which is the degree to which a product or system mitigates the potential risk to people in the intended context of use. And lastly, context coverage, which includes context completeness and flexibility. So for EFREN, not all stressors can lead to diabetes distress, will be in the validated questionnaires. So EFREN might need to have some flexibility of asking open-ended questions to identify other causes of diabetes distress. So we are currently looking for funding for EFREN at the moment. With me is an interdisciplinary team from the University of the Philippines, Manila, composed not only of computer scientists, but we also have a linguist who is an expert in natural language processing, and we have a nurse with expertise in health informatics. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tan. May we call on stage UP President Attorney Angelo Gigil Jimenez, Dr. Gisela P. Concepcion, our Professor Emeritus, Dr. Prospero Naval Jr., our Conference Chair, and AVP Peter C. to give this plaque of appreciation to Dr. Tan. And of course, UP Diliman's Chansey Vistan. Okay, thank you very much po, Dr. Tan and all our presenters. Thanks very much. Let's look now at what people have been saying. Can we please see the word cloud? AI support system. Anto? Maikaibigan? E-friendship. Oh, may bago na tayo. F-friendship. Supportive AI. All right, so now we'd like to proceed with our panel. We'd like to invite the other speakers to come up on stage. Dr. Johanna Patricia Cañal, Dr. Nathaniel Orillasa Jr., and Dr. Iris Isiptan. And of course, our moderator, Dr. Felicitas Lakbawan. Let's listen to our experts on stage. Dr. Po.
Okay, I'm glad you're still with us. We're saving the best for last, right? Okay. So, Dr. Dans, Dr. Orliasa, Dr. Isip Tan, and Dr. Kanyal. I think it's obvious that coming from different places, but actually it's noticeable that a lot of the problems are being solved locally, and you've been very creative in terms of really addressing all these problems. So, first question is that it's been known that medicine adopts technology a decade or so more than anyone else, right? So, EMR is something that should be there, but it's not till there. So, comment from everyone.
Yeah, I think the technology is not the problem. Okay, there's all sorts of electronic health records around. We have the hardware, so the software is there. We have connectivity. In 2021, President Duterte signed an executive order liberalizing satellite connectivity, which is supposed to address mountainous areas, connectivity in mountainous areas and forested areas. The problem, I think, is not technology. The problem is political will. Because these different systems need to talk to each other. And if we just had a leader who could see the importance of electronic health records, stamp their hand on a table and say, you either comply with the basic data structure or you're out. It's not a very hard thing to say, but if someone could do that with some anger and some determination, I think it's going to happen. But the problem is we're so lax, no? You do what you want, no? Bahala kayo. You have your own system. And so we had the problem with pandemic monitoring because our systems could not talk to each other. No? And yet it's Filipino technicians who are doing all this, writing the software, the AIPs, connectivity in other countries, and we can't do it in our own country. So we need the political will. So we do that through elections. I know of no other way kasi it's been, I know Iris knows about this. It's been frustrating talking about it to different policymakers who just don't see the value of health electronic records all the way down. It's valuable to the clinician who can keep easy track of the patient wherever he goes. No? And it's valuable up there to the policymakers who need to monitor finances and who need to monitor quality of care. So we just need, I guess, continue the fight for it. Sooner or later, we'll get there.
Any other comments from the rest of the panel?
Interoperability is the holy grail of health informatics. I teach in the Master of Science in Health Informatics. So that concept has been around for so long. We actually have a standards catalog, sir. So at least we have the standards catalog. I agree with you that perhaps the next step would be to make sure that everyone adheres to the standards catalog. But you know, I go around talking about AI, and I always like to connect it with the electronic health record so that people will be inspired to sort of use it, because electronic health records run on data, and we cannot have AI without data. And so if I talk to them about, okay, this paper that talks about a clinical decision support that has an early warning system that tells me 48 hours before whether a patient is going to die or not, and people are shocked that the AI can do that, well, it runs off the data in the electronic health records. So if you want to try something like that, I tell them you need to make sure we have our EMRs in place.
I'd like to comment about this from the viewpoint of radiology. Now, radiology has gazillions of data. Because we have digital X-ray, digital CT, digital MRI, digital ultrasound, everything's digital now. And we do have providers for our picture archiving and communication system, our PACS. Unfortunately, these providers are not Filipino. They are foreign, and you have to buy this system. So it's expensive. It's really expensive. So those who don't want to spend on this, they try to create their own. And then that's where the problem is. Because that system that they create is quite unique to their own hospital. So in other words, it won't communicate with, let's say, this patient decides to transfer hospital. It's not in the same language as the second hospital. So there you go, problem again. Is there a solution? I think the answer is the same, sir. It's political.
Election.
Well, I wouldn't go to the election, but definitely political, sir.
I think, ma'am, from what we can do from the biomedical device development perspective, so we're also actively making sure that all the devices we develop are interoperable. So we're following standards, as Doc Iris mentioned. This was supported also by UP-EIDR. And with that, at least while waiting for politics to change, from the ground we're doing something to make sure that our devices can talk and collect the same data so that it's easier for AI to work on those data eventually.
Great. Sure.
Last lang, kasi the ultimate goal of a researcher has, at least what I was taught, was to publish. Pero parang short-sighted yun eh.
Correct.
Because our research ends up in the dustbin or in a library to gather dust. I think baliktad, additional step na dapat. Our goal as researchers is to influence policy. So we step from research and academe into advocacies so that the truths we learn from research eventually reach the people who need them. So we need to step up how we think about research and what our roles are. We need to go beyond libraries and go into the realm of policy.
So I totally agree with everyone. I think there's one step that I think can happen. Digital transformation needs change managers, right? And as you said, practically convincing people is something that's kind of very difficult. But I think there's hope, because if you have data to support and you can translate whatever creative products you have, that is an evidence that there's something that can be tangibly supported. The other thing that I wanted to emphasize too is yesterday, Quezon City, I forgot the name of the representative from Quezon City, Alimurang. He was mentioning that Quezon City is like the most digitalized kind of city, right? And there are several hospitals within Quezon City. So thinking of like when you bring in a product or a result of a research, or even EMR maybe, right? Convince somebody who's already like, the leadership is already buying in. They've vetted on digital transformation, and they're receptive to that kind of change. I mean, konting ano lang. I mean, I'm coming from, I consider myself an outsider in a way, but I think that having a fresh eye on this and having experienced it abroad, it becomes now an experience from people in the Western world, in the Europe, where they have to implement transformation. And maybe this is like identifying where you could start, proof of concept, and then ask for more support. Is there, meron pa ako isang tanong. It looks like medical care or health care in the Philippines is becoming more of a commodity than a right. Am I wrong? Or what's the discussion? Or where should we, I mean, I think AI is something that's a tool that would really help facilitate us to move and advance and for our patients. But is this something that will really help us in the context?
Well, before the rest of the panel answers that, let's just, some truths. There are not enough hospitals, not enough doctors, not enough nurses, not enough healthcare workers, not enough medicines, not enough hospital beds for the whole country. So I don't know where you can start the problem solving with that. Dr. Dance might have. Because
kind of boiling the ocean.
No, but because if you're faced with this kind of lack of resources, it's overwhelming. So maybe I think that's why we're trying to do it a little bit at a time in our own little corners. Because if you had to look at the system and the whole health system, you're going to die.
Ma'am, personally, I am really bothered by that idea that health is a commodity, but that's the reality. When we started doing all of these innovations, especially by medical device, we're bombarded with, you have to sell this, it has to become a product. And as medical practitioners, we're not used to that idea. We used to fund our own researches, we give everything for free, we publish whenever we're done, we don't think of IP. Where I think AI will help is that really it improves access. While we do have to sell what we're doing now so that we can sustain all of these projects, my hope is that we get to a point when we don't have to. Because AI already provides and it's self-sustaining. That's the hope, of course. It's a dream, but that's the hope.
Okay, I'm going to have a dark side to that. So the World Health Organization came out with an ethics governance for large multimodal models in January. It's a very long document, but somewhere in there where it discusses equity, it says, while we imagine that only the well-to-do will have access to AI tools, there's also the possibility that the other end of the spectrum is human physicians will become a priced commodity so that only who can afford will be seen by human physicians and everyone else will be seen by AI. And that for me is a more scary thought.
I think this is a problem not just with AI. We always ask ourselves if we're only doctors in a tertiary private center, if we only see patients who can afford to pay for our services, in a way, we are contributing to inequity, right? Inequity in health. If the rich are getting healthier than the poor, then we are widening the gap between rich and poor. And I think we can ask that of any technology. If this technology is only accessible to the rich, we are widening in inequities, right? So, but I think there's a way around that. We need, sabi nila, we should stop discovering technology, new technology, because we only use 50% of what we know. The other 50% isn't even implemented. So we should stop discovering new things and just discover new ways to implement what we already know. And I think that's where AI plays an important role. If it can help us increase access, especially for the poor, if there's a possibility it can do that, the HERE Foundation is willing to fund that study, number one. because the HERE Foundation is dedicated. I'm sorry for the plug, pero the room is full of researchers. Let's focus our research on narrowing the gap instead of discovering something new, something that might widen the gap. Let's discover new ways of doing old things. Like Efren is a new way of doing an old thing, which is checking on our patient. And you know, if that can be done for those with less, diba? Then it's something that can actually help bridge the gap. So I think we shouldn't just say AI is only for the rich. Because in fact, depending on how we design it, di ba sabi natin dun sa PEOP, isipin natin lagi paanong makikinabang ang mga mahihirap sa technology noon. If we do that, then I think we increase the likelihood of reducing inequities. We decrease the likelihood that we aggravate any existing inequities.
Interesting discussion. I think there are some questions online.
Yes, thank you. We have one question online that we'll flash in a bit. And if I may read, is it possible to datafy patient empathy so we can use it to train AI in healthcare? Another term, datafy.
I don't exactly know what is meant by datafy, but for example, in my medical informatics elective, I ask medical students to interact with ChatGPT. One of the things they do is to ask ChatGPT to simulate a patient. So they'll say, ChatGPT, you are my patient with asthma. I'm going to take a history, okay? And so they have this conversation. And one of the things that the student told me was, ChatGPT is so polite. It will say things like, I'm sorry to keep you waiting, but I had to think when was my last asthma attack, or I cannot remember, etc., etc. And I was telling them, well, it's text-based. Well, I don't know now, ChatGPT can talk, right? But I was telling them, you do not ascribe human qualities to ChatGPT. It's not a real patient. But hopefully the conversation, when you have a conversation with a real patient, will help you navigate how that conversation should go like back and forth. That's the only thing I can remember with that question.
Would anyone else would like to take it
I think,
up?
ma'am, once we are able to define empathy in a clear, conceptual manner, then maybe, because it's, if you think about it in the person, it's also a combination of chemicals programmed by our body. So there is that possibility. But how far are we from that? That's the question.
Yeah, and Claude actually does also narrations in the text. So for example, pheochromocytoma is a rare endocrine disease. So I asked students to talk with Claude about pheochromocytoma. And then the patient, there's a text there that says, patient shifts in the seat, looks troubled, and then before answers. And then there's a script. So sabi ko, parang it's like, it's really simulating a clinic visit.
We'd like to ask now our audience here in the hall, does anyone have a question? Yes, sir. Please step up to the mic.
Talk BPO. Ireland, we specialize in RPA and machine learning. I'm also a final year candidate in AI at Charles Sturt University for my doctorate. This message is for Efren. With regards to Efren, how many transactions are you expecting per month from a chatbot perspective, if you don't mind me asking?
So that's a very good question, which I don't have the answer to at the moment. I will now put that into protocol as to how many transactions I should be prepared for. Thank you.
No worries. The other observation as well is that the actual chatbot itself can be converted into sentiment or voice. If that opportunity presented itself, would you actually consider that?
Yes, sir. Someone from ASTI was speaking earlier. I actually had the opportunity to talk to Sir Emmer someone from the ASTI who heads Itanong, and we were already talking about whether that is also a possibility to have voice, because as you know, ChatGPT already has voice as of the moment.
Excellent. That's all for now. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thanks very much. Doctors, I understand we just have one more online question. What are your thoughts about AI that can recognize if the person is suffering from mental disorder?
Okay, so the reason why I propose a chatbot on diabetes distress, because it's a very narrow use case. Our experience from the Kapwa Twitter chatbot was anyone messaging the Twitter chatbot needing mental health services. I actually don't know what they're suffering from. Is it depression? Is it, anxiety, etc.? So it was really hard to actually sort of recognize or diagnose. And it's not something that I think psychiatrists will want to actually delegate to a chatbot. So that's why I was emphasizing the clinical pathway. As of now, if you go online, there are, for example, questionnaires that you can answer on your own that will tell you whether you might have depression and therefore might need to see a psychiatrist. I don't know whether that's something we want to delegate to a chatbot. So for FREN, for example, I was very careful to say only assess, and then what happens after that, it goes back to the doctor. The doctor has to do something, whatever happens to the assessment.
Thank you. I think this topic is close to most people's heart, so we have a very special request. One more lang po. Just one more online. Okay, go please. Okay, here it is. Based on your findings, how likely will AI be able to detect the causes of cancer and whether a patient is most likely to be diagnosed with cancer in the future? Who would like to take that on?
Okay. There are certain things that one can at least suspect cancer. Family history. 3 generational family history is one, right? And I think that we catch 10%, just 10%, but still a significant number of cases that you could actually do either genetic testing or making sure that each of individuals within the family understand that they have risk for cancer. And it's also preventative if we know exactly if this is familial and you have the genetic diagnosis. So that's for the part of genetics, right? The preventative part, we know that there are environmental causes of cancer, and maybe even the oncologist would say, or primary care physician, there are certain things that you have high risk for cancer. There's also some prognostic risk scores based on genetics, but bottom line, I think history is the best and cheapest way to find out whether you have the predisposition for cancer and what can you do to prevent it.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to add to that? No more? Okay. So there, my goodness, we had really the online community really asking those questions. So this is the end of our panel discussion. So now we are going to do a wrap up. And it's my pleasure to introduce our conference chair, Dr. Prospero Naval, professor at the UP Diliman Department of Computer Science, to share the key insights from our 2 pivotal plenary sessions that we had this afternoon. So let's all welcome Dr. Naval. We have a treat, and it's going to be Dr. Giselle Concepcion.
So Dr. Naval asked me to do this for him. So here I am, a wrap up on the second day. Okay. We would like to recapitulate the invaluable insights we've gained from our distinguished speakers and discuss the next steps forward in our journey towards harnessing the potential of artificial intelligence in the Philippines. Dr. Sarmiento of NEC opened discussions by emphasizing the transformative impact of AI across various sectors, including agriculture, governance, education, energy, materials, and healthcare. The morning sessions focus on AI applications in materials and energy, with Dr. Paringit of the DOST showing us the initiatives in using AI for precise weather forecasting and disaster management. He highlighted the need to extend AI applications to other areas like mining and nutrition, citing efforts to correlate nutritional data with demographics and school performance. Meanwhile, Dr. Marciana of PhilSA discussed how AI is revolutionizing space technology, contributing significantly to sectors like defense and agriculture through geospatial products. Dr. Advincula of UTK and ORNL then introduced innovations in manufacturing and energy, including 3D printing and AI-enhanced risk analysis and energy extraction, asserting that data is the new oil, fueling technological advancement. We also heard examples from Dr. De Leon, Dr. Ocampo, Dr. Brunuela Ambrosio on how AI is applied to materials and energy. The afternoon sessions then shifted focus to health and wellness, where DOH emphasized the potential of AI-driven tools to enhance healthcare accessibility, particularly in underserved communities. By the way, I just got word that the DOH secretary is at the WH meeting where he was elected WH Assembly President the first time from the Philippines. So let's give him a big hand. And Dr. Dance, when he comes back, we'll go and see him and tell him about the problem with the electronic records. Okay? So Dr. Dance spoke about the necessity of developing a basic health information system as a foundation for leveraging AI in healthcare. The evolution of genetics testing, as presented by Dr. Lacbawan, highlighted advancements in sequencing methods and their implications for clinical practice. Other speakers like Dr. Canal shared specific AI applications for radiology, while Dr. Orillaza discussed bringing healthcare across access gaps through technology is applied to the musculoskeletal system. Finally, Dr. Tan presented a chatbot, Efren, designed to address diabetes distress, illustrating the broad applications of AI in improving health care delivery. With this, reiterating Dr. Sarmiento's remarks in the morning, academia like the University of the Philippines can be a driving force in ensuring that AI technologies are used for the greater good, advancing industries, improving governance, and addressing societal needs. This investment in higher education is crucial if we are to stay competitive globally and to ensure that the Philippines contributes to this AI revolution by empowering more young minds to pursue research and development in AI and related fields. We are not just preparing them for the workforce, we are equipping them to solve some of our country's most pressing problems with the right support and resources. I'd like to acknowledge the contributions of our documenters in preparing this summary. But at this point, I also wanted to add what I thought would be an opportunity to ask a question earlier in response to Dr. Dance's and Dr. Lacbawan's questions. And this has to do with the initiatives of the university under our president. He is collaborating with LGUs and SUCs. And our first LGU is Quezon City, the LGU of UP Diliman. But then we already had this meeting with the LGU officials through the office of City Architect Ali Murong, Administrator Ali Murong, and one of our faculty from SERP who is on secondment in QC. And we had this meeting with our UP Diliman-based innovators, engineers and scientists. But in my mind, I really plan to get UP Manila in. Why? Because Quezon City is a center of many hospitals, including national funded hospitals. But it has its own hospitals. So we presented, for example, the probiotic product of UP Diliman, and the two MDs who attended there were saying, this is what we're interested in. And I said, sure, we can offer this and many more products and services from UP Manila. But the thing is, our idea now is to be able to work with the LGU leaders with some funding under Tatak Pinoy, to work with some MSEs in the city, and then our scientists can work with groups that could be used for testing our products. on a controlled research basis. So this is part of our social innovation program, very strong under the presidency of President Gigel Jimenez. And we are supposed to conduct the beta testing, the field testing, the clinical trial in a controlled way in these communities. Okay, and we have hospitals in Quezon City. So I think the principle here is let's do easy things first, where there is not too many obstacles. Okay, so please, Dr. Dance, don't lose hope, because we are really a champion of your primary health care and universal health care. His grant from the EIDR was one of the most productive. And then he received funding from the CIDS, which is a UP system office. And he published so many public research publications, and he says that's not important anymore because he has an H index of 70 plus, and he has citations of 140,000. So now he's thinking, wow, I have all of these publications. Now, what is my impact on policy? So that is a good question. That should be your advocacy for the rest of your life. Okay? So let us help you in the university. We will go to QC because the mayor is a very good friend and ally of the university. And we already know that they are leading in e-governance. If you have links with Bataan Province, the governor's office, they are also into e-governance. And they are really already fixing their electronic records. So I think we should work with the LGUs, which should be good showcases of success. Let's not tackle the very hard ones, the cooperative ones, the ones where UP has linkages with, like Tarlac, the Tarlac governor, the Bataan governor, Quezon City mayor. That's where we will start, and we will showcase our innovative services and products, including the AI-driven ones. Okay, so thank you very much for bearing with my, my comments and suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our walking encyclopedia. She's such a wonder. Okay, so now to reflect on our journey and highlight key takeaways, help me please welcome the Chancellor of the University of the Philippines, Diliman, Chancellor Edgardo Carlo Vistan.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we're closing the conference, and I think first of all, we have to again thank all our resource persons for the insightful talks and perspectives you have given to us about your work in research and in innovation and your use or planned use of AI in the days to come. Let's give them all a round of applause, please. And representing, that's on behalf of the UP system, we extend that gratitude to all our resource persons. But now me as a spectator as well, as part of the audience, we're very happy that the UP system, led by President Angelo Jimenez, former VP Gisela Concepcion, Dr. Naval, the conference chair, made this conference possible, asking our faculty, researchers, and partners from the public and private sector to share with us what they've been doing using AI. Palakpakan po natin din sila. We hope that this is just the first of many conferences and exchanges on AI. So I'm a lawyer. There are lawyers here. Maybe daw, sabi nila, maybe we can look at the ethics of AI in future events. No? And I think that's a big issue we should be dealing with soon, especially with the views I will share in a few minutes. So I think the takeaways have already been taken care of, luckily for me, by Dr. Concepcion. I was thinking this morning of what to share really, or how to share my perspectives. So one of my research interests is technology and the law, technology and society.
And here's where my research on technology and computing in particular, I'm doing research on cyber actually, and international law for one. But in doing that research, I came across this sociological studies on technology and society. So what's on the horizon? We're very amazed of AI now, but it will, again, maybe in 10 years, I'm not sure, maybe less, it will just be another system. It will be very ubiquitous. It will come in smaller packages because of Moore's law. Moore's law being we pack more and more computing power in a small microchip or we double the capacity in about 2 years. And we'll probably forget about our amazement of AI by then, because we will be using it in our house while our wives, our husbands talk to us, making us do the laundry, iron the clothes, or cook. And while you, our researchers, will be doing your work maybe at the comfort of your homes. And that's the power of AI. It allows you to model. Earlier, some of the prototypes that Tony Stark made with Jarvis, where he was assessing them, threw them away, those that he did not like. No? Research, innovation could be as easy as that in a few years' time. And I think what we are doing here, and what I've seen our researchers, our faculty do or are planning to do in the research will lead us along that path. Is this good? Yes, I believe so. It increases our capacity to innovate. It increases our capacity to generate knowledge, new ideas, new inventions. And I would hazard to guess in a more democratic way in a few years, in a decade or two. So that's one. The second is this concept of cultural adjustment. We are doing this, we organize this activity because we are reacting to the innovation that is AI, to this new thing, to this new technology that is AI. That is us, that is our generation. But you know, I was surprised to learn, attending a parent-teacher meeting at my daughter's school, a private one. They're actually allowing my daughter to use AI in their research, and they just have this protocol to disclose the use of AI if they did use it. So the cultural adjustment is already happening, even if no one legislated it, even if no one planned it, even if no one allowed it. And that's the reality. No? Technology advances, or at least in one model of sociological change or development of society, technology leads the way and society reacts. Okay, there are of course debates about that, no? Technological determinism, whatnot. But the point is, we see it happen all the time, and we're seeing it happen in AI. And why I bring that up is that digital technology accelerates this phenomenon, this interaction between technology, technological advancement, change, and social adjustment. So much so that, as I shared earlier, without me knowing, without me being consulted, the school allowed my kid to use AI in homework. Okay? But then no one's complaining. I think that it was a good thing, actually. And in a few years, we will have a new generations of Filipinos, of global citizens who take AI for granted. Okay, that's what's in the horizon. So this activity, this conference, is a very good opportunity for us to see what's the state of the art right now insofar as the use of AI in research and innovation from the academic side, a little from the private sector also, and the public sector. But I believe it will be industry that will be driving the use of AI in innovation, in R&D. Of course, the role of the academe cannot be belittled. We will be doing the research that industry will not be doing, or we will be checking on the research that industry will do. But the point is, it is important that we catch up, or that we be able to integrate the use of AI in our research as fast as we can. Because in science, in research, yung permutations, the combinations, the models, the prototypes, this can all be better assessed, and this can all be maybe even less expensively carried out with the use of models created by artificial intelligence without you having to craft the hardware or do the experiment. You can all simulate this. We can all simulate this if we are not yet doing so, using, again, just a rather very intelligent system, computing on hyperdrive. And this will improve. This will be better and better and stronger and faster and more powerful in the years to come. We don't have to worry. You can create your own AI to check another one's AI. I think that's very possible. And that's what's in store. So, again, thank you to all of you who share this interest, this curiosity about how AI will be shaping our world in the years to come. And we hope we can gather here again soon and see what happens in between those gatherings, those meetings, those encounters, and again share what we see. And we hope that it will be a future where progress, healthcare for one, just jumping on the topic we had this afternoon, education, economic opportunities is more inclusive than what we are observing today. So again, thank you very much for all your time, or for all the time you've given to this conference. Those here in UPBGC and on Zoom, let us know what you think, and we will be very appreciative if you can share with us ideas on how we can do another round of this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chancellor Vistan. And there it is. So we are not just looking at AI in the future, but AI is not just around the corner, it is here. And remember, this is our very, very first AI Horizons Philippines conference powered by the University of the Philippines, organized by the UP Digital Transformation, co-produced with the UP Open University and TVUP. We'd also like to thank UPBGC for being the home of the conference for these 2 days, UP Empro and the UP Strategic Communication Group for Media Relations, Publicity, and Visibility. Okay po, and now, before we officially say goodbye, we've got something special for you. It's a fitting way to remember what was day 2 of our conference. Roll video, please.
As we look ahead to day 2, I'm particularly excited to continue our discussions with our esteemed speakers. We look forward to learning from all our other distinguished and respected speakers throughout the day. In today's rapidly evolving world, We need to empower our Philippine universities to not only produce graduates, but to cultivate a new generation of AI researchers, engineers, and innovators who can address the complex challenges of sustainable development. Ang ating motibasyon bilang mga siyentipiko para sa bayan. Sa puso ng lahat ng ito ay ang ating misyon na bumuo ng mas magandang kinabukasan para sa ating mga lungsod at kanayunan.
This first AI conference marks the beginning of a collaborative effort with follow-up discussions with stakeholders that will ensure our initiatives extend beyond today. Discussions you had remind us of the profound responsibility we carry as members of, especially to the UP community who are here with us today. We are stewards of knowledge and innovation for the nation. But I challenge right now, at least the UP who are here, to promote interest in AI among our young people. AI is more than just a tool, as it was mentioned. It embodies our vision and mission to uplift the lives of Filipinos. Our goal is to ensure that technology translates into meaningful action, addressing the basic needs and services of our fellow Filipinos. But I am still hoping, because there's one thing I realize: money is not the problem. Go anywhere in the world, money is not the problem. The greatest poverty is poverty of ideas, because good money is always looking for great ideas.
Okay, that was day 2. And we're all part of that day. All right. Now, please, everyone, please stand. We'd like to request you to please stand for our university hymn, UP Naming Mahal.
UP Naming Mahal, pamantas ang hirap. Sana'y inyong dinggin, manayong lupain.
wrap. This marks the end of the inaugural AI Horizons Philippines 24 conference.
Thank you to our esteemed speakers, panelists, and moderators for sharing their invaluable insights and expertise, and to our organizing teams and volunteers whose hard work has brought life to this event.
Please don't forget to use hashtag AI Horizons PH24 on your social media posts. Tag us, please.
I'm your host, Jimbo Reverente.
This is Ritzy Villarico Ronquillo.
Together, we aim to shape a future where AI empowers us to achieve greater heights in research, innovation, and societal well-being. Thank you, and see you at our next AI conference.
Mabuhay po!
Mabuhay po tayo lahat!